What's up, YouTube? Corey Owens, founder of We Found Nostalgia, Memphis Entrepreneur Club, and Grow Memphis Agency. I wanted to start a series of an over-the-shoulder look of how I like to put together or build out a brand new business. Specifically, this is going to be a print-on-demand stream, and I'm going to just showcase my process, or my technique and what I prioritize when it comes to building out a new business. For me, I like to start with design. So today's stream is going to be really just based around how I like to set up my projects, the program that I use when I'm designing my assets for my print-on-demand products, and just really what my thought process is for how I create a high level of productivity and a large number of items in a short amount of time. I think this is going to be a real-time look into a successful business from, being built from the ground up. I have another print-on-demand business, and I'm very open and willing to share and showcase what my products are and how I build them. I want this to be a fully transparent project because I want other people to be able to come and soak up, a real-time example of what it looks like to actually build an online business. I follow a lot of other people who do print-on-demand tutorials, and while I think all of those tutorials are great, I don't really see as much value as I would like to see in this marketplace of tutorials and courses. So today, this is my live stream, and I think that this is going to be a lot more helpful to people who are getting into the print-on-demand business. So for those of you that are going to be tuning in live, I have no way right now of viewing my live comments, so I apologize if I don't get to you immediately. But if you comment or follow me on Instagram at 901 CORY Owens and leave me some sort of a message on there or comment, I will definitely do my best to get back to everyone. But let's say 6 months, a year from now, this live stream or the series of live streams starts to get traction. My goal is to be able to showcase the start to finish of what it really looks like on a day-to-day basis of building a print-on-demand business. Here I've got on my screen, really it's just supposed to be my title card for my YouTube video, but I'm using Affinity Creative Suite, or I call it Creative Suite, but Affinity by Serif. A lot of you are going to be using something like Canva or InDesign, Photoshop, and that's okay. Whatever program you use, it's all right. So long as you understand or are willing to learn how to utilize the program to its fullest potential. But we're mostly dealing with vector graphics, and everything that I show you today can, the techniques can apply to designing t-shirts, banners, really any type of merch that you would find on Printful, Printify, PLD Partner, and Teespring. All these different print-on-demand fulfillment partners. The techniques that I'll use today in my design program, Affinity, will apply to any program so long as you understand how to manipulate vectors. Now, while it's okay to use general rasterized graphics, and for those of you that don't know really the graphic design terms, rasterize is really just a graphic that is flattened and cannot be further manipulated by the use of nodes or let's say font files and shapes. A raster image can't be scaled up to an infinite size without losing quality. So a photo, for example, like this picture that you see on the screen, technically would be considered a rasterized image, but the text behind the person that's in this image is vector-based graphic. All right, so for example, I can go in here and actually highlight the text and say, hello world. All right, so I can manipulate the text, and that text I can change the colors, I can change the formatting of that text, and I can scale this to any size without it losing visual fidelity, its graphical aesthetic. You can't really do that with images, like a photograph that you take and upload into Photoshop. You can't really do that with raster graphics like clip art that you download from Google. But if you understand how to create, manipulate vectors, you're going to go pretty far, or it's likely that you can go pretty far with print on demand, and you'll be able to create a wide variety of images to use to be printed in high fidelity on t-shirts, or in this case today we're going to do a lot of metal signage. So before we get started, do me a favor, go follow me on Instagram. My Instagram is 901 Corey Owens. That's Corey with no E. So 901 CORYOWENS. I don't have Patreon. Whether or not you subscribe to my YouTube, I don't like to just ask people to subscribe to my YouTube so long as they understand that what's on my channel is for them. So if you are a follower and if you're interested in the types of content that I'm about to start uploading, definitely subscribe, because I'm going to have a lot more valuable relative content as it relates to print on demand fulfillment, e-commerce stores, taking your passion, turning it into a profit. And instead of using my business accounts like Grow Memphis Agency or Memphis Entrepreneur Club, I'm using We Found Nostalgia, because most of my business in the print on demand fulfillment world is going to be parallel to the We Found Nostalgia brand. So let's go ahead and pull up a new Google Chrome window, and we'll just navigate over to nostalgia.supply. Now, some streamers do not like to tell you what their stores are, because I want to say there is a lot of traffic that might go to those stores, and it's going to be hard for us to run ads to target people who are actually interested in buying our products. That's probably one reason. Another reason would be that some streamers, some educators in this space and influencers might not want you to go and take their ideas. This specific niche that I've created is based around Memphis. And while you might know or learn vector graphic arts, I would not suspect or imagine that you'd be interested in building a Memphis-centric brand that's a direct competitor to the products that I have created. And with the brand that I am working on building now, I think that my designs will be unique enough to not have to worry about you stealing my products. But hopefully I can showcase and share with you how to build a print-on-demand business from the perspective of me as a creative first. So most of my print-on-demand tutorials are not going to be based around just, oh, here's how you set up a Shopify store, here's how you set up a WordPress, here's how you register a domain. Hopefully you can go and find out how to do those things. My streams are going to be mostly built around, here's how you manipulate vectors, here's how you take inspiration from images that you do find on Google and reverse engineer those designs that you see to be able to create vector graphics and understand how the workflow of creating vector designs should work, and how you can build out a higher level of productivity when it comes to building out 100 plus products inside a print-on-demand store. All right, so that out of the way, if you want to take a look at my current print-on-demand store, it is www.nostalgia.supply or wefoundnostalgia.com. Both of those domains go to the same shop. It's mostly t-shirts and a lot of other merch such as glassware, kitchenware, and some decorative items for like household posters, banners, flyers, etc. But the categories that I've decided to focus on in the niche of Memphis merch and t-shirts are nostalgic and historic as it relates to Memphis nostalgia. So historic brands and local stores that don't exist anymore, I print logos based on those brands, like such as Liberty Land. And then restaurants and local, I own a marketing agency and we do marketing for local restaurants. So I've taken it upon myself to redesign some historic Memphis businesses, their logos, and to put them on t-shirts. And all of the proceeds from those specific sales goes towards me providing free marketing services for those local businesses through my agency. Some other designs that I do are parody designs. So I do a lot of parody and mashup designs as it relates to the Memphis brand. So you see here, MTV, really that's used as Memphis, Tennessee. So MTN. Here you can see kind of a Disney-like logo. Now, I might get a cease and desist. We'll see. But this is my own store. And these designs are not up on Etsy, so my store can't really just be shut down. And I'm not advertising these products as Disney products or MTV products. These are just parody designs, and I advertise them as Memphis products, and I don't use Disney in my name of my product titles or in the description or in the tags. I might use something like Disney or MTV or Barbie in the product tags, but not in the actual titles or in the design itself. For example, this Memphis text actually is a parody of the Thrasher text, but it says Memphis instead. This is the Masters golf tournament variation of a logo, but using Tennessee instead of the United States as the logo, and then it says Memphis, Tennessee instead of just saying Masters. Here's the Led Zeppelin shirt, but it's the Led Zeppelin logo. He's actually holding up a pig, and it's Memphis, Tennessee instead of Led Zeppelin. It's barbecue related. So most of these parody shirts are just hosted in my store, and I'm using WordPress. I've got my own domain, and I'm using print on demand, mostly with Printify. And then of course I've got a lot of original designs in here as well. But if you want to take a look and see kind of my perspective and the approach that I've taken to print on demand as it relates to t-shirts, that's where you can go to take a look at that. Now inside of this program I'm using, now I'll go ahead and turn this music down since we've kind of done a bit of an intro. Inside of this program, the program that I'm using is Affinity by Serif. Now you have three different options when it comes to purchasing the program. There are three different programs kind of bundled into one. The first one is Affinity Publisher, all right, which is mostly a text-based editor, and it's meant for editing pages, books, magazines, flyers, and mostly focusing on the typography of your design. And then there's Affinity Designer, which is mostly a vector-based editor, and it's got tools for manipulating vector images and vector graphics. And then there is Affinity Photo, which has some additional tools for manipulating images. For example, removing backgrounds and modifying your image base, like raster images. And there may be a chance that you would need all three and need to do all three: manipulate raster images, manipulate vectors, and manipulate text and typography. So when and if you decide to learn Affinity and utilize this software that I'm using, what you'll want to do is you'll want to install Affinity Publisher first, and then install Affinity Designer, and then install Affinity Photo. And then when you're ready to utilize Publisher, Photo, Designer, you want to open the publisher persona, and inside of the publisher persona will also exist Designer and Photo. If you open Designer, Publisher and Photo will not open with the program. If you open Photo, Publisher and Designer will not open. So I'm not sure if you can see this, but in the top left, let me go ahead and just do a quick zoom. I'm going to duplicate my shot, and I'll zoom in here. All right, so maybe I can zoom in a little more. we're doing this in real time. I'm using Telestream Wirecast to stream. All right, so as you can see right here, I've opened Publisher, but I can switch between the Publisher persona, the designer persona, and the photo persona, all within the same app if I open the Publisher persona by default. And this gives me a wide variety of tools for manipulating vector graphics, etc. And this is why I prefer to use this. You pay for it one time if you decide to pay a subscription, or over time for the updates. That, you know, unlocks your ability to get the newer versions of the program, but you only have to pay one time. You're not locked into a creative cloud subscription. And Affinity has great tools that can essentially replace the Adobe Creative Suite. And this is, you know, the artboard tool is one of the things that I like to use in here to increase my workflow, and I'm going to show you that now. So when you're inside of Affinity Publisher or Designer, I like to kind of stay in the designer persona, because the majority of the tools that I need to use when editing vector graphics for print on demand are going to exist in the designer persona. Sometimes you'll need to switch back and forth, but when you open a new document or create a new document, you might have a master page that needs to be deleted before you can create artboards under the designer persona. If all of this goes over your head, just leave a comment under the video and I'll help you navigate through this. But the reason I'm sharing this with you is because this is what allows me to be extremely productive and whip out a massive amount of graphics in a very short period of time. So this artboard that I used to show my title card is just a rather large artboard with some graphics that I can manipulate and move around. All right, so next time I go live, I will probably modify this and I'll have a different title card up there. So here we go. Now, when you download and start to use something like Affinity Publisher, let's say you're using Photoshop or Illustrator, InDesign, if you can add artboards to your project, I recommend you take the artboard approach and build out multiple design assets in one project, utilizing artboards to separate your different designs. Okay. If you're using Publisher, you want to go ahead and delete the master page from, you know, typically you open Publisher, it'll automatically come with the master. You're going to want to go to the masters panel and right click and delete that master, and then go over to the designer persona, and then you can draw out an artboard using the artboard tool. All right. So by default, when I'm dealing with print on demand, I will use a 3600 by 3600 pixel artboard, and that's going to be the maximum design dimensions for these metal signs that we're creating. And that's enough. That's plenty of room for creating t-shirt graphics as well, especially if you're using vector-based t-shirt designs, because vector graphics can scale infinitely without losing quality. All right, so here are some examples of what I've created so far. The very first thing I did was I went and recreated the Vancouver Grizzlies logo, because I want to do a metal sign. I wanted to do a metal sign of the Vancouver Grizzlies logo and then be able to add and adjust the text, you know, to create a customizable Vancouver Grizzlies sign. That's the very first thing that I did. So the very first artboard I used was an oversized artboard that allowed for me to go in here and create these vector graphics. The next artboard that I created was one for roads and counties. All right, so this store that I'm going to be building is really going to be based on Tennessee designs. So this is the outline of the Tennessee state. And I'm currently in Memphis here, but I didn't want to limit my store to be a Memphis only store with Memphis products, because it's going to be a lot harder for me to generate more sales more consistently if I don't have a large enough audience. All right, so I'm going to be running ads to all of Tennessee, and that opens up, there's a lot of people in Memphis, but that opens up the rest of these locations. And of course, there are people who live in the rest of the United States and other parts of the world, other continents, who are fans of Tennessee and specifically Memphis, and I can target the rest of the world. I've seen a lot of sales from my store actually hit the rest of the world. So, in my Memphis store, I mean. So just having a Memphis store and hitting 100 sales on one t-shirt in under a month, and having $3,500 of revenue, about $1,500 worth of profit, was pretty big news to me. That's awesome for it being my first time on Etsy and my first time really taking print on demand seriously. With this specific store, I'm expanding to all of Tennessee, and I'm going to have some name as it relates to Tennessee products, right? So Tennessee is probably going to be in the name. That way I'm not limiting myself to only audiences of people who like Memphis, because there are probably people who like Chattanooga, Knoxville, and Nashville, who are going to want to have Nashville centric designs. So the very first thing I started out with are Grizzlies related designs. And instead of me selling Grizzlies products and having to get a license, I'm going to position this as though I'm doing customized fulfillment of a service, right? So custom cut metal signs as a service. That way I can maybe navigate around having to have a license to do like NBA, NFL products, but I'm not going to position myself to say that I provide NBA or Grizzlies official merch. Really, I'm just going to be selling a service of custom cut designs when it comes to these Grizzlies products, right? So this is for Memphis. All right, so this was my first approach in creating items, and here's an example of a custom metal, like customizable metal sign with, what would you call this? With text that is stencil text to be cut out of the design. So the Owens family and an address that you can customize. Another example of that would be this pyramid right here, where you can have your house number or your area code 38103 on top of a pyramid. And I've designed these assets to where all of these holes that get cut out of this metal sign allow for the sign to still be intact, and there to not be any, like, in this number 0, for example, it has to be a stencil, because this transparent background right here, this is what's going to be cut out of the metal sign. And if these lines weren't right here separating this top and bottom part of this cutout, then this circle would be isolated and it would fall out of the metal sign. So it wouldn't have the appearance of being a 0 or an O. The same thing is true with the number 8, right? So this circle right here has to be held on by a piece of metal. That's why this line is here. And I'm using a stencil font to create this effect, this cutout effect. All right. In another design, for example, this letter R normally is designed in a way that, and I can maybe show this to you, that this R would connect. And this the center of this R would essentially fall out of the design once this metal cut happened. And to prevent that from happening, I needed to create a space from the top of the R and from this, like, let's call this an arm. I needed to create this black space right here so that this R can be held in by the rest of this metal sign. All right, if that makes sense. I'll show you a few more examples of that. And the reason I'm showing you that is because this print on demand stream is mostly based around designing metal signs and using customizable text. All right. So those things you have to be conscious of. And if you can't fully wrap your head around them right now, maybe over time, the more that I reinforce and reemphasize how metal is connected and how cutouts happen in metal print on demand fulfillment products, you'll be able to move forward with your designs with this understanding, and you won't have any issues when it comes to uploading your products, getting them printed, and having your customers have a great experience when hanging those metal products up in on their door or on the wall outside of the front of their house. Here's another example. This sign right here, you see the star gets cut out at the top and bottom of this sign, but you'll see that it's connected right here in the center. And I think the metal is going to be thick enough for this to not be a problem. Okay. Another example would be, so anything that's black is going to be a part of the metal sign, right? Here on this grizzly bear, you'll see that his eye is connected to the outline of his head. The nose, for example, as well, is connected here, right? So every element of your design has to have something, some sort of a connection point so that the metal can stay intact, so that when it gets printed or cut, laser cut at the facility, you don't have any pieces that are supposed to create some visual artifact or element of the design. You don't have pieces falling out of the design, right? Let's see if I have another idea of like something I can show or share. Here we go. All right, so here, I think I've already cut it out. But, let's say I wanted to go and redo this, and I want to show you this because maybe this is going to help you understand where you can run into an issue. So what I'll do is I'll do a control and shift drag of this artboard, and it's going to duplicate the entire artboard. I'll go over to this side, and before I show you, I'm not showing you how to design anything. I'm just showing you my thought process and the direction that I take when I'm considering my designs and when I'm creating new products to be uploaded to my store. All right, here's a Bass Pro Shop design that I did. Technically, really, the pyramid is its own separate design. And I thought it'd be a great idea to create a Bass Pro Shop-esque design for dads. And, this would have been a great ad to run 1, 2, 3 months before Father's Day. So maybe next year we can capitalize off of this. But through the year, you've got most dads who fish and love hunting and boating and the just outdoors lifestyle. They are familiar with, aware of, and interested in Bass Pro Shop and the culture behind how big Bass Pro Shop has become, right? So I've got this design. It's a pyramid with an oval on top of it and the Bass Pro Shop fish. I've connected all the pieces of the fish to where it can maintain that sense of connectivity to the metal sign, the metal cutout. And these holes have been very, thoughtfully created so that when that cutout is done, this fish will maintain its integrity and its attachment in the design altogether. All right. If that's hard for you to wrap your head around, maybe comment on the video and let me know you are having a hard time understanding how to create these designs for metal signs. And I'll consider doing a video all about just, what it takes to understand the design process for metal signs and cutouts. All right, I have a little bit of an issue here that I want to address. I think, maybe on this side we can connect. You see the machinery that's used to cut these signs out might not be able to create holes this small, right? So what I'll probably do is I'll end up drawing with the pen tool a new line. You know, let's say we'll go here. And I'll help you understand what I'm doing here in just a second. All right, so basically what I just did here is I created a new shape layer. All right, and I turned it green just so that I can see what I'm doing. But if I shut this shape off, you'll see how tight this cutout is going to be between this oval and this line. All right, turn that shape back on, and let's go ahead and merge these shapes together. And I don't mind this being a little bit different on one side, so long as we get rid of that really tight hole. All right, so what I just did is I just made this one line a little bit thicker so that I can get rid of that abnormally tiny space between the oval and the line, because I want to consider that this is going to be printed, or not printed, but cut out as a metal piece, and I don't think that they are going to be able to cut out a space that small. So I just went ahead and joined that just so that I can make sure that the integrity of my design is, I'm not going to have any issues when it comes to prints. That being said, another thing I want to do is add text to this. So I'm going to, let's see, wrong one. I'm going to go here. All right. As you can see here, I've got text on this metal sign. This text is white, but it needs to actually be punched out of the design. The issue with that, and I'll show you why this is a problem. Let's say I punch this text out as it is. This isn't a stencil text. It's just a regular text file that's relatively similar to the Bass Pro Shops font. The problem is, once I punch this out, you know, let's say, let's see how I can separate this. I'm going to just do a copy paste, and then we're going to delete. I'm going to delete some assets out of here really quick, and I'll show you where the issue happens so that you can maybe better understand. And forgive me if you already get it, and you understand, if you're a designer and you understand the intricacies behind cutouts and how they need to be set up in your design file. But I definitely want to hit this nail on the head and like hammer this into the minds of people who aren't designers. So for those of you that are, and you already get it, forgive me for reiterating and reemphasizing this point so many times. Come back to the stream tomorrow, or come back to future streams that are more relative to what you want to see. But I need to go ahead and get this out of the way for somebody that's brand new to this. All right, so I'm gonna separate this, and all right, so here's what happens when you don't consider how those holes get cut out. Inside of the D, the A, the D, the P, the O, the P, you've got this isolated, you know, piece of metal that's not connected to anything. Therefore, once you pick this piece of metal up off the table after it gets cut, these pieces are going to stay on the table or fall out. All right, so let's move those over to the side. Now you have, let's just say this doesn't look good. All right, you can read it, but it just does not look good. All right, Dad's Pro Shop, the DADPOOP, these pieces of text have lost their inner holes because those little pieces that are supposed to be the hole in the text aren't connected to this metal. Therefore, they're going to get left on the table once you pick up the metal sign that you just cut out. How do you prevent that? you're either going to want to go to myfonts.com and look for stencil fonts to use in your cutouts, or you're going to want to turn the font that you are using into a stencil. So because the Bass Pro Shop font that's used in the logo is not a stencil, I have to go in there and create it myself. All right, so as this being a cutout, essentially what I have to do is I've got to add lines. Let's say use the pen tool. I'm going to grab a line here, 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 and I'm going to turn that whole thing green. What I love about Affinity Designer is when I go and push A, or I use the node tool, which is A, when I go to manipulate one of these nodes, I can hold down Shift and have that node follow any particular existing straight line or curved line path. That line will turn purple, and I can move this node up and down along the path of that D, or along the path of this edge, right? And it's going to give me that it's going to give me that visual feedback to let me know that I'm following along that path. But I can also connect this to the edge of that letter D, and it's going to snap to it. Now I'll bring this up, and I'll bring this node down, holding down Shift. And let's just say I'll bring this out like this. All right. What I'll do is I'll go in here, and assuming that this D is, a text file, I'm going to punch it out of my Bass Pro Shop design, and then I'm going to connect this triangle that I just added in here like so. So now inside of the design, I've turned this D into a stencil. All right. I want to go in here and further manipulate that stencil. Let's say we'll bring this here. So using my node tool, I'll select these two nodes here on the bottom of this D and on the top of this D. Inside of the design persona, I'm going to click on the corner tool or press C on my keyboard, and then I'm going to curve, add a corner to those right angled edges, and then bake the appearance. All right, so now I just created a stencil D, so that now this portion of the D is no longer going to fall out when this design gets cut, when the metal object gets cut. All right, I still have the issue with the letter A and the rest of these letters, right, where these are still going to fall out, but this D is now connected and it's baked into the design, and it maintains the aesthetic of the Bass Pro Shop font, the typography. All right, so as you see here, I've gone ahead and I've done that for the A. I haven't done it for this D. I guess I forgot to. All right, the P here, the O here, the P here, the O here. Let's go ahead and do it for this D so I can finish this design. So what I'll do is I'll grab the pen tool. All right, the pen tool is what creates nodes. I can draw a line here or a node here. I can draw a node here to connect those lines, and then I can drag. And now, I'm freehanding with the node tool to create a shape. All right, so what I'll do is I'll grab that node tool or the pen tool, and at the top of this D, I'm going to draw a node. And at the bottom, I'm going to draw another node. All right, and then I'll just kind of extend that out and turn it into a bit of a isosceles, like a rectangle-ish. And I'll connect it. Let's turn that yellow or something bright so you can see what I just created. All right, I'm going to click on my node tool or hit A on the keyboard and just modify this a little bit to stretch it out to about a similar width to what I've done with the letter A, how I have it separated here. I want a similar width for my letter D. Okay. All right, so what I'll do, since the black part is basically my vector graphic, all right, and this checkerboard part is the transparent background, I've got to attach this green piece to the letter D here. All right, so what that's going to do is it's going to basically extend this space. I'll turn it black so you can see what I mean. It's going to turn it into this. All right, I just turned it black. I didn't attach it yet. All right. So I'm going to highlight that. If you hit V on the keyboard, it basically uses your primary move tool, your arrow tool. If you hit A, it goes into the node tool. So if I hit V, I can move the whole thing. All right, I'm going to select that, and I'm also going to highlight my metal sign. And then we're going to use the add Boolean tool. All right. Now, this is all one graphic. I just connected those two pieces. I can get rid of some of these unnecessary nodes since this is essentially just a straight line. All right, now I'll highlight these nodes at the top of this D, and at the bottom of this D, hit C on my keyboard, and then we're gonna drag and curve those edges. All right, and I kind of want to do the same thing for the bottom of this D here and give that a curved edge. And I think that's good. That looks great. So now I'm going to go ahead and convert this whole design to curves. And you can see we have one big design where all of the letters now have been converted to stencils. So that's really important before I go into, creating more assets. I want you to understand that when it comes to metal cutouts, this stenciling is very important so that you can understand how holes need to get punched into your design so that the important elements of your design don't get cut out. The inside of this P is important. The inside of this O and the inside of these D's and A's are very important. So understand how to create stencils, but that whole process also expands over into other elements of your design. It might be complicated for you to understand by watching this stream if this is new to you. But once you kind of have the clarity for how to build out these assets, you can move forward with other designs with the confidence in knowing that you're not going to have issues when the time comes for you to get these signs printed or cut in your print on demand store. Now, when it comes to t-shirts, it does not matter how how those holes are punched out of your design. It doesn't matter because you're printing on a fabric or garment or an item, and you're not actually doing any cutouts. All right. So when it comes to cutting out with metal signs or wood, CNCing, we're talking about print on demand metal signs. So if we go to, let's just pick a random website, metalsignguy.com. Which is a great domain because someone can search for metal signs to buy, and this website might come up. So those are things to consider as well when you're building your business. Now, I'm going to click on we're going to open 4 of these or 5, and we're going to look and zoom into all of them so you can see what's important. Now, with metal signs, you're going to want to have a hole where people can hang up this item or drive in a screw or nail into a wall so that they can actually hang the item. All right, so those are things you want to consider in the design. Now, this whole, the cannabis leaf is cut out. It looks great. You've got these lines here that are cut out. They look great. You've got these lines here that are cut out. Now, as it relates to typography, typically the letter O has got to have that little piece in the center so that you can complete the aesthetic of the letter O. As you can see here, it's connected on the bottom. With the R, typically there's that hole in the top of the R, but as you can see here, it's connected, and the R is designed in a way that allows for the metal to maintain its integrity. Let me see if I can zoom in some more. All right. Also with this letter A, typically that A has a triangle that's isolated in there. All right. As you can see that it's connected. Right. So if I go back to the design program, I'm going to show you basically what that looks like. Now, if I wanted to, let's delete this and everything else that's in there. And let's say this was our design. All right, let's say the black part is metal, and I want to add text inside of here to be customized. Now, it won't matter if you're using a stencil-based text. So let's say custom text here. Let's modify that spacing to, let's say, 100. And let's right align this for the sake of time. And, you know, let's just actually do text here, custom. Cool. All right. The biggest issue with something like this is that the only thing right now that's connected to this metal sign would be the letter T. This is the only thing connected to the metal sign. So if this were to get cut out, the rest of this text would fall out. You'd have an issue. So there are two ways that you can connect text like this. One is letter to letter. It looks like we have a lot of miscellaneous curves in here that I need to get rid of. So one way is letter to letter, your kerning or something similar. All right, you can adjust your kerning to where your text all touches each other, but I don't think that looks so great. Right, you can go in here manually and say, all right, this text is going to be connected here, and then this text is going to be connected here on the bottom of this. This just looks terrible. All right, so you have options. And the very first thing that I would do is I would keep this as a text box or a text block, to where obviously I want to be able to modify the custom text. If a customer goes and buys this and they say, I want, you know, Justin's game room on this items, and then I would go, okay, Justin's game room. You know, obviously I don't think they would have a Justin's game room or something like that on a Bass Pro Shop logo, but hypothetically speaking, I can adjust the kerning of the text for the Justin text. I can adjust the size of the text a little bit. And let's adjust the kerning of the S. All right, so boom, I'm going to left align this or center align it. Maybe that'll look better. And one thing that I can do is, you know, let's say this is like, let's modify this just a little bit more. The first thing that I would at least consider is creating a rectangle shape, and then adjusting the not rotation, the skew of this shape. And then just connecting the edges of this rectangle to my metal sign and to the bottom of this lettering. Then I'll hold down Control and drag that up and hold Shift and add it to the bottom of this text. And then of course adjust the width. Now this isn't really a design tutorial. Let's convert this to curves and modify this one node. And then we're going to do the same thing, copy or hold down Control and Shift and then drag that up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it right at the bottom of that text. And we'll adjust all three of these in just a minute. I'm going to put it right at the bottom of that text first. And then we'll grab all three and maybe hold Shift and use the up arrow key to just shift it up a little bit. That way we know that our text is overlapping that metal, that line. All right, now I just need to modify the width of the top. And there you have it. There's one way to build out your external lettering. Like this lettering isn't going to get punched out like this lettering. So it doesn't have to be a stencil. This lettering sits on the outside of the design and it's going to be cut. Everything else around it will be cut out. So the middle of the A doesn't have to be a stencil because that's the actual cutout. That's not a piece of metal. These pieces are going to be cut out of the A and cut out of the O and cut out of the R. All right. And that's okay. That's how it's supposed to be. As for adding text inside of an object, so just to show you the difference, let's duplicate this over and I'm going to remove these lines because we're going to turn this into a cutout. Let's see. All right, so Justin's game room or whatever it says. Now we've got text that we want to cut out of the design. Therefore, this A, these O's, and this R have to be in somewhat a stencil format. So I'm going to show you this one more time so that we can move on. I'm going to right click and convert this to curves, or actually we're going to do a copy and paste. We're going to hide the original layer and then we're going to convert this one to curves. So you have two options. Option number one, let me hide these curves. Option number one would be to get a stencil font. So if I search stencil, all of my stencil options will come up. I'm not a fan of what that looks like. Let me set the text tracking to 0. That's way too thin in my opinion. That one looks a little thin, but I actually kind of like that one. So here's an example of a non-stencil versus a stencil. All right, so if we look at the A, this piece needs to be connected to metal somehow. So here's the stencil version. All right, non-stencil, stencil. Non-stencil, stencil. You see how that A, that triangle is now connected? All right, one more time. For the O and the R, non-stencil, stencil. non-stencil, stencil. Again, this is just, I just want to put the nail in the coffin, or whatever the analogy is, for just reiterating this over and over to where it gets annoying, because this is very important. It's going to save you a lot of time when you understand it. All right, so this is just an example of a design that now has a cutout. All right, and that can be connected. I'm just going to go ahead and set this for the time being to erase. And now you can see, I'm not sure that this shows up on your screen, but let's assume that green is the background. All right, so if this were to get cut out, this is what it would look like. The black being metal, the green being, you know, your wall or the brick, right? Now your A is going to be connected to the metal, as will the middle of your O's and R's, and, you know, the number 8, for example. And this one does not have to have the same, doesn't have to, you can't use a stencil with these letters, or it's recommended that you don't, because now you've just got your text sitting on top of the metal, and the actual middle of the A, R, and O will get cut out of the design. Now that we have all of that out of the way, those are some really quick examples of products that can be created and customized. And I could go ahead and upload this on, you know, Teespring, I think is the name of the website that does custom metal signs, as well as this one can be uploaded there. And instead of it saying Justin's Game Room, I'm going to, you know, I could have that. And I think that might be more appropriate for my mock-up and for the thumbnail that a user might click to look into purchasing this product. But I'll go ahead and just say custom text here. All right, and if someone uses a lot of text for like the first line, you know, I will have the responsibility of figuring out exactly how to position the text to where it looks good. All right, but this is just the example. And I think that would be appropriate. So, you know, let's just make this green so you can see what the final design would look like. As you can see, the top of this M is cut out, but this is still metal that's attached, so that's not an issue. Okay, so let's say I go to Google and I get a brick wall texture. I'm going to do a tools. Let me show you what I'm doing here. So I do Google brick wall texture. I go to images. I'll go to tools, advanced search. I'm going to change the any size, the image size to, you know, really I'm going to go as high as I can go. First, I'll do 70 megapixels. Okay, and then I'll do an advanced search. And if I can't find anything like extremely large, I'll go tools, advanced search. I'll knock that down. And this is for my purpose, for me being able to pull this into the design at a really high quality. So I went down a notch, and now I found something on Google at 7,926 pixels. If you don't have a powerful computer and you're using a laptop or a fairly normal average computer, then consider getting something way smaller. But I like to use really large images, and I'll tell you why here in a second. So I'll go back to Affinity. I'm going to go into I'm going to change the canvas background for this particular artboard to transparent, and I'll change my custom text. Now I really wish I could just punch it. I wish I could just punch it through one layer. All right, you see how big that brick is, how big this file is? I can pull it down, center it, and then we will move that to the back. All right. So as it relates to making a mock-up, let me see. I thought punch through was an option. Is punch through not an option? I guess not. So I think what I would do here, I've got to find a way to like this. Mask to below. No, that's not right. It's set to erase. Let me set it to normal. Set it back to black. You're going to learn this while I learn it too. Because there's got to be a way for me to create a mask. That's what I thought. All right, so that's something I'm going to figure out, is how to create a mask where I I guess what I could do also is I could copy this brick texture, this brick background, and let's just paste it on top. And inside of my layers panel, I know you can't really see this, but let me zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm about to do. Inside of this layers panel, I'm going to take this image and I'm going to drag it over the top of my custom text. And now inside of this custom text layer, you can see what just happened. This image is now not only in the background here, but it's also inside of my text, right? So drag it on top of my custom text. And now it looks as though this is sitting on top of the wall. All right, so that is how I'm going to create my mock-ups and upload these. You can go and click on the title of the artboard and then do a Control Alt Shift save, or you can go to File, Export, hit Ignore and Continue, and then you can export a JPEG and then choose the size of the JPEG. So for something like this, I might do 1200 by 1200 pixels. And then I'll let my website compress the image for thumbnails. And I'll use an image compression plugin to compress the images and make it small as it relates to where the image is embedded. But I do want a rather large export of the image because I might want to have this image also be uploaded as a banner at the top of a page, dedicated to a particular category of items, right? So yeah, I might have a category called outdoors. So inside of my project, just like I would have a category called Grizzlies or sports, right? So inside of this affinity project, I'll have all of my Grizzlies related and sports related artboards sitting right next to each other. And all of these will exist in one project instead of having to go and open multiple projects. And then I'll have a category that's all related to the Tennessee shape of the state, right? So these are all Tennessee shapes. I'll have a category for Tennessee shapes. Okay, so that's why I build this out inside of Affinity Designer so that I can easily go in here and say, all right, I want to do 3 new Tennessee shapes. Very first thing I'm going to do is expand this, and we're going to do a Control and drag and shift so that it moves. As I drag, it moves in one of these specified directions, so I can move it directly up. And then I'll do the same thing and Control Shift, move it directly down. All right. Now I'm going to make 3 different Tennessee related metal signs. Right. So this one I can say welcome. This one I can say home. And I don't know, let's take to Google. Wooden welcome signs is what I'll search. Or let's see. Welcome to our home, established. See, like this is something that's super cool, right? So we can have a customizable Tennessee sign. And, you know, here are some more other examples. Welcome to our home, the blah, blah, blah family. All right, so let's do something like that. Let me go back to that. It's okay to take inspiration from Google. Just don't copy somebody's design exactly. Nobody has the copyright to welcome to our home, the blah family. All right, so you have all the freedom in the world to take inspiration and copy something you see in, as it relates to quotes and text. Now, don't use lyrics from a song. But let's say I think that used like a regular font. Yeah. So we'll do welcome. I'll do a control drag so I can duplicate this text, and we'll say to our home. We'll set this text to something like 50, and we're going to go and choose a different font. And I'm just going to be quick with this one. I'm not going to try to make this super aesthetically pleasing as it relates to different font styles. But this text, I'm going to have it rest at the bottom. I don't want it to be too far down. It looks like it's not skewed as well as it could be. All right, and let's just bring it down just a little bit more using the arrow keys. And I think that's beautiful. So given that this text is sitting on top of our metal, it's going to be cut out exactly like this, and we're not going to have any issues. Okay, so this doesn't have to be stencil. It can be any kind of text because, again, you know, let's just go ahead and throw that brick texture on here. You'll see exactly what I mean when this is sitting on top of some brick. Okay, so we've got our welcome. This text also needs to be connected somehow, so maybe we'll do decrease the tracking between the W and the E. So if I want to move this E over to the left, I'll highlight the W. I'll go into my character panel. All right, if you look into our character panel, you have this right here that's called tracking. All right, we want to decrease the tracking. So as I press the down arrow on the tracking button, that letter E and the rest of that text will slide over. I'm going to put it over as much as I can so that this text can be connected. All right, and then I'll grab and expand that to where it somehow connects to that letter M. That way, this text, this welcome text, is connected here, 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 and here, and it's less likely to be flimsy or accidentally bent, although it's still very possible for it to get bent. So I might also try to connect it to the H and the O by skewing it down just a little bit. All right, so now it's connected to the M, to the O, to the H. And it says, just welcome to our home. Let's see if I can just modify this W a little more. I don't know. Let's do something like that. All right, it says welcome to our home. And then we can go in here and we can add something. We can go in here and add, our established text. So let's refer back to Google. Now, this is a wooden sign, so you can't just throw text anywhere. You have to consider that this is a metal sign we're creating. Now, if you're creating a t-shirt or any other type of product that gets printed on, it doesn't matter how you set your text up, but we are specifically focused on metal signs. So what I'll do is, what did that say? Established. Oh no, the something family. I'm going to use my last name. The Owens family. And I'm going to find some interesting way to have this text added in here. This text is at 34.1. We'll do 36 and then change the leading override to also 36. And then we're going to do a right align text. I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about this yet. You want to just try to get creative. Maybe family can be 60 with a 60 leading. Let's go 40. 50. It looks a little bit better. And you know what? Actually, what I think might be even better is to have all the text be the same size and to throw this on top of the Tennessee. And then we'll change the font size to 50. Now you want to consider larger names. This looks good. Okay, but what if the last name was, I don't know. What's a long last name? So let's go here and do like just random name generator. You know, honestly, I can just take a look at some of these names and see if there's one that's really long. The Mandro, Montgomer's, Zimmerman, Richardson. We're looking for something that's a little bit long. Hernandez. Let's go Zimmerman. I'm going to make this whole thing right aligned text. All right. I mean, I think I can't imagine there will be names that are just really weird and long. But if there are, I can always go in here and adjust the size of the text for that particular customer. Okay, but you know, let's say someone has the Zimmerman family. Because this is text that can be edited, what I'll do is I'll go File, Actually, let's just copy. Let's click on and copy this artboard. Control C. I'm gonna go File, New from Clipboard. All right, and now I can go Control Shift Save, and we can save this under our Metal Signs website. I'm going to create a new folder here called, let's see, Tennessee State. Inside of that Tennessee State folder, I'll have a folder called Welcome Home dash last name. Inside of that folder, I will save this particular file as the Zimmerman family .afpub. Okay, so this is going to be inside of my Metal Signs template that I've created, where it has all of my different templates. I'm going to go ahead and save this. It's a really big file. And in the Zimmer family project, I only have one artboard. All right, so now that I have this one isolated, I can delete these other ones. I can delete this background, and I can go ahead and make the modifications that I need. Someone signs up and pays for this product and their last name is Zimmerman. I'll go and change this from my custom text to the Zimmerman family. And then I'll individually adjust the height of these letters so that they are sitting on top of the metal. And I'm just going to review everything else to make sure it looks good and there's no space between the letters. Got the letter M right here. All right, so this is only necessary because of how just uneven the top of this design for the state is. All right, so I customized this for the Zimmerman family. And I think I want to add a little bit of a space between the text and the family text. All right, to give it a little separation. Let's zoom out. Boom, the Zimmerman family. Welcome to our home, Tennessee. There's one design that's customizable, but you know, inside, I'm going to go ahead and save this, and then this would be the file, or I would go Control Shift Alt S, would export this as an SVG. And if they only take a PNG as the uploadable file type, then you'd want to choose PNG, and then it's going to be 3600 by 3600. And you're going to go ahead and just hit export and export the PNG specifically for the Zimmerman family. We'll call this the Zimmerman family, and we'll upload it to the customer's custom order inside of, I want to say it's called Teespring. I haven't used it yet, but I'm going to set it up. But this is my process for creating these types of graphics. I can go ahead and close this. Now that we've got the Zimmerman family taken care of, every time you get a custom order, they're going to want to have something like their last name changed. But as for the mockup and the design file, this is going to instead say custom, you know, your last, the last name family. You know, I don't want to just say custom text here and then people just think like, you know, they can go in here and just say, you know, big balls or something weird. I want to give them the example to what this text is supposed to be so that they can know exactly what to put. And on the website, for this particular product, I'll have a text field that says enter your last name here, and I'll use the Zimmerman family as an example photo aside, right beside this last name photo, so that they can see that it's supposed to be the blank family, right? And that'll encourage them to purchase this project or discourage them from purchasing this project if they don't want this type of metal sign on their front door. So there's one design. Here I can say home sweet home. Okay, and I'm gonna have to find a way to connect this. Maybe separating the text won't be such a bad idea. So home sweet home. And that might give me some freedom for how I arrange this text. Again, I want to adjust the tracking on the letter H or the letter O for home over here. I'm going to make sure this is connected at the bottom and left, because remember, this is a metal cutout. And then I want to adjust the skew here so that it's connected at the E and at the top of the H there. We need to find a way to connect all the rest of this text. So I highlight the H. I'm going to adjust the tracking so that the O is connected. And I'm going to move this back over. Okay, we'll move sweet in its place, and we're going to adjust the tracking between the S and the W. So highlight the S and adjust the tracking. And reconnect that E and S here, and then do the same for the home here. So H here was set to -123. I can highlight this H and do -123, enter. Now to reconnect that text, and then yeah, I think that's good right there. So, I might want to personally go in here, because this isn't customizable text. We can right click and convert this to curves. I'm going to draw a rectangle, make it blue, and throw it behind this H. We're going to do a copy and paste on this home text, and then we're going to cut that out of this rectangle and then separate it. I personally want to cut this piece out of my Tennessee piece. All right, it might make a little difference, but now it's going to bring that H in to meet with this Tennessee, if that makes sense. All right, so I like to do little things like that. As for this E, I can just go in here and modify this the curves on this Tennessee text so that that E pops out as a separate piece. And I'll do the same thing up here. We'll highlight these nodes, just move them out of the way. That way this H pops out really nicely. And I think if anything, I might even go in here, and make a few minor adjustments to my letters. Just make sure everything is connected. And I could go in here and make something like a huge oval. To connect this text even more, skew it up a little bit. I'm going to just convert that to a curve, do a copy paste, and we're going to use this contour tool, which is the letter O on your keyboard, and we're going to decrease the radius of that contour. Let's maybe change the color of this so you can see the difference. So when you create a contour, it looks a little something like this. I want it to be almost the same, this blue to be almost the same width as my Tennessee outline. All right, so I just created two ovals, and I'm going to punch them away from each other using the subtract tool. Okay. And then we'll go in here and use the node tool, to create a few nodes so that we can cut this oval into pieces as to only keep what's inside of this Tennessee shape. So I'll just grab a rectangle here and grab the oval and the rectangle and do a Boolean subtract. And then I can just go in here and delete these unnecessary nodes. And now I have something like this could be a landscape. I'm just going to make it black for now. All right, so it says home sweet home. And all of our text is kind of connected here. So not only are we relying on the integrity of the text to hold this metal sign together. Let's move this W down a little bit. But we also now have this kind of landscape. Think about it as like a horizon. Now holding, creating some additional integrity for our letters to be held together. So these are little things that you can think of when creating your graphics. I think this all looks good. I want my O and M here to just be skewed down just a little bit. And then I'll just adjust the size of this M to where it feels a little more connected to that E. Let's move this E up a little. And there you have it. That's basically a whole new design. There's so much more that I could do to this. And I think, if this were someone that owns a farm or a ranch, something like this might look really cool for them, because I can go in here and add some curved lines to turn the bottom of this landscape into what looks like, cornfields or something. Right? So I'll go ahead and Let's see what I can do with that. Let's grab just a regular circle. Let's turn it into like a, let's make it a circle for now. Let's copy paste it and then pull it in and then do a Boolean operation to subtract the two. And then I'm just going to scale this out and rotate it. I don't know what this is going to look like. We'll see. I'm just going to draw a line here, or a shape here. And then we're going to do another Boolean tool when we select that shape we drew and this curve, and we're going to do an intersect. So now I only have this piece. And I'm going to do a Control J and then move this over. Wait, first, actually, I'm going to move this piece here at the bottom. And then I'll do a Control J. Move that into place, Control J, and then I'll just keep doing that Control J, Control J, Control J. All right, so that's basically a power duplicate. When you do Control J and then move an object into its desired position and rotate it, and you do Control J again, it's going to repeat, it's going to duplicate the action that you just made with the previous duplication adjustment. I'm going to take all of that and maybe just combine it and expand it a little bit. I can just hit A. Well, honestly, it'd probably be easier if I just skew this as I need to. Let's just make sure that these are overlapping. I don't want any spaces in between these, so I'm just going to go here and modify some of these to make sure that they are overlapping my metal. And now I'll just draw a line, inside of my Tennessee edge where I want to cut off this excess. And then inside of the horizon line, right? So you've got this big piece right here, and put that on top. You got this piece right here that I just drew with the pen tool. I'll select that and select these lines I just created and do a Boolean intersect. Or maybe before I do that, I want to, let's press period on the keyboard and see if I can do a quad adjustment to maybe, let's put this on top. To spread these lines out somehow. I don't know, maybe that doesn't look too great. And use your best discretion to figure out how you want to modify these assets. Okay, because what I wanted it to look like, I'm going to do some undos. keep hitting undo until I get these curves. Okay. Control J. Whoops. Let's get a few more in here. Take all of these, group them. I'm going to rotate this. We'll bring it back here in a minute. I'm going to rotate this to where it's a little more straight. And then align them all to the top. So I can see that these here are a little bit spaced out further. So this is just my process. I'll go in here, do a Control J with this, move it over here, and then continue Control J, 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 J. All right. This one I think has overlap. Now, this whole thing is a group. Ungroup that. And what I want to do now is I want to use my warp tool, turn this into a quad. And I wanted it to look a little something like this. Yeah. Oh, maybe we can rotate it and do it a different way. Oh no. There we go. So something like that, like it looks like rolling fields, or I don't know how to explain it, but the vision I had was for it to look like it's going, I don't really know how to explain it. You know, the world is either spherical, rounded, whichever one you want to based on our eyes and things being like a little bit fisheye-ish. When things go off in the distance, you know, they tend to have a little curvature of sorts, especially when you're dealing with like perspectives. So I wanted to create this perspective look with these, I guess you can call them corn rolls, right? Like these rolls of corn or whatever it might be. All right, so then I'll go and take my pen tool. I'm going to just connect all of this. So let's go to the node tool, convert to curves, and then add. Now this is all one big curve. All right, it's one big shape, right? One big shape. I'll grab my pen tool now, and then I'll do my drawing inside of the edges of this Tennessee shape. All right, I'll change that to a different color so you can see what I've drawn. I'll grab that, and I'll also grab these fields, or this field, and then I'll do a Boolean intersect. It's called a Boolean tool, but I'll do an intersect. And there you have it. Home sweet home. Boom. I just did 2 designs. You know, we're live as of 1 hour and 40 minutes, but assuming that I'm not live or explaining this, I would just run through these designs and create 1, 2, 3, you know, 5 different designs in a matter of 30 minutes to an hour. Let's make this one big. Let's stretch it out. Let's connect the top and the bottom of the E to this Tennessee. And then I want the letter T to connect at the top and bottom as well. So we might have to go do a quad adjustment and just make this side bigger. I can still modify the text and adjust the tracking. Let's have that S connected at the top as well. Let's adjust this so that we don't have too small of like a cutout there. And I want to go to this T. We're going to convert that to curves. We're going to do the add. And then I want to adjust these nodes using the transform mode to make this T just a little bit longer. And boom. You know, it's not perfect by any means. It's not perfect at all. But I think it's enough to pique the interest of people who love Tennessee. All right, I'm sure there's so much more that I could do with this one, because we do have a lot of white space in here. And the goal is for them to be able to see the wall paneling or whatever it is, right? Because this is going to be sitting on somebody's wall. And it might not be brick, you know. So if I go to Google and I do wood siding tools, we'll go to images, tools, advanced search, any size. We'll change this to, let's say, 20 megapixels. And let's search for a regular picture. You know, I can start with something like this. I'll just go ahead and grab this and copy it. But I do want a different color siding that's not as neutral or natural. I think this one's kind of cool too, but it's a little big. I'll grab a few of them. So there's one. Let's go back into here on top of this brick and hit paste. And let's just center that to the canvas. Let's go back again, and we're going to grab a few. They might not all be perspectively accurate in terms of the proportions for how big this metal print is as it compares to like wood, the wood siding. Like this one's probably way too big. But there's a way that we can adjust that. I'll go ahead and get my trim, my vector crop tool, and just crop this up. And then we'll do the same at the top and crop it down to this shadow. And then we'll just do a copy or control drag, and then make sure that's moved back one. Right, so many ways that we can manipulate this. That's a little dark, but assuming that, you know, somebody wanted to get a white painted metal sign, you can see what that would potentially look like on white. And then let me go ahead and just group this together, transform it down a little bit. And we're going to add a quick effect as a drop shadow, say outer shadow. Scale with object, outer shadow, change this from multiply to normal, colors black, radius. Let's pick that radius up to 250, or let's try 100 first and change the intensity and offset. All right, so I don't know if you guys can see that, but basically we're creating a little bit of a shadow here. And we're going to change this from 315 degrees to 270, because it looks like the shadow's kind of pointing downward. Increase that offset a little bit, or decrease it maybe. And then I will give this also a 3D look. And we want the direction to also be, we want the direction to be opposite of what the shadow is. Let's see, let's disconnect the radius from the depth. A very short depth or short radius. And then we're going to soften it. Maybe not by much. So I don't know how well you can see what's happening on your screen right now, but I'm creating this 3D effect with an outer glow or outer shadow. And close. All right, and that's essentially what it could look like if it were white. You know, and if I go to color, let's select both of them. If I go to color, I can change this from opacity to noise and just add a little noise to it, or a lot of noise. And that'll give me a more realistic look for, you know, a realistic looking mock-up for how this would look if it were painted white and, you know, it was a nice piece of real metal. That's essentially what it looks like. So what's really cool about doing this is that I have the ability now to go and select this object and hit copy. And I'll go to, for example, this here. Let's actually do Dad's Pro Shop. And then let's do edit, paste effect, paste FX. And then let's go to color and add noise. And then let's see if we can find a light colored wall, like wood panel wall. Instead of wood siding, I'll do panel siding. My tools, advanced search should still be larger than 20 megapixels. Let's just scroll down and see if we can find a solid, like here's a cool image. So I'll just copy this image, scroll down and see if I can find maybe one more. Here's another really cool image. All right, so first I'll go into my program. And what I'll do is we're going to take one of these artboards. I'm going to move it over to the left side. And we're going to change the name of this to mockup 1. Do a copy, drag, and shift. Change this one to mockup 2. And then we'll do this again. Mockup 3. You can also use that Control J as well, but I'm just going to do manually. Mockup 4. We're going to do 6 of them. Mockup 5. Mockup 6. Okay, and we'll do, in the first one, I'll just do a control V to paste this. All right, let's go back and grab this brick, copy, paste. I'll even go ahead and trim all of these to fit. This is going to be a big project file as well, but remember, all of my assets are inside of one project, so when I'm ready to divvy them out into individual projects, I can do that per, let's say customer, per order. I don't need individual project files for all of these different assets I'm creating. It'll just take too long for me to get what I need. I think these bricks are the same, so I can delete that. So I've got 2 more. So I'll grab this. That looks nice because it's white. And remember, I don't want to click any of these images because they're not to the same scale as what we specified in the advanced search option. I'm not a huge fan of this super dark color right here, but I'm going to stick with it. So we'll grab this white one. The reason that I want this is because it's almost pure white. So we'll copy that. And let's scroll down one more good time. More results. Let's see if we can find any more like paneling or I don't know. Let's do a front porch. And that might actually even be much better. I'll go to tools, advanced search, larger than 20 megapixels. And let's find some close-ups of some front doors. Now, you know, this, you might be better off, you might be better off generating something with like some AI tool. But I doubt anybody that has taken these photos would come after me and say, hey, you're using my photo for your product. It's like, yeah, I'm not selling wood paneling or construction services. So chances are it's not very likely that the people who have uploaded these images are gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is just my workflow and how I choose to create my mockups. And if the time comes where I need to create new mockups, then I will. So I've got some side paneling. We'll say that we'll just put this one here. Okay, and then I will have some front porches and front doors. All right, so let's say, you know, this one can be a shop. So that's, I think, appropriate. This one's super cute with the puppy. Now, the one cool thing about something like Photoshop, which I'll show you a feature that I would use in Affinity when I'm creating these mockups, is that you can create smart objects. And technically you can do the same with this. Using what's called the symbols panel. All right, I need 2 more. Whoops. I like this, and I think there might be a way that we can use this and manipulate it for what we need. So I'll use this and this black door. And these are going to be our mockups. The only thing I want to do is I want to make an adjustment to this one. And how I will do that is, I can use some generative tools, but I'm going to make this one super simple. So I'll just copy paste this image. We're going to adjust the height to here, and here. Bring this over to about there and there. And then I will just do something like that. And then adjust the skew just a little bit. All right, and then, you know, it's not going to be extremely noticeable, but to the untrained eye, they will not have a clue what has transpired. Okay, so I can just take this, copy paste it, and we're going to trim it this way now. And then take this one, copy paste it, and trim it upwards. And then both of these, let's group those and rasterize and trim, and then do a quick Gaussian blur. And you can hardly see that anything has changed. That's my editing technique right there. I'll group this and I'll do let's group that too. Rasterize and trim. Cool. All right, so here with this Tennessee sign, the effects are going to be scaled with the object. So I can take this and copy it, or I can go and let's make sure this one's also scaled with object. Yeah, scaled with object. So I can take this, copy it, or just hold Control and drag it over to this new artboard, and then adjust the height. Now, obviously, I'm going to want to figure out the scale of the print. So if I go to, let's see, Teespring. T-Launch. I keep saying Teespring for whatever reason. We'll go to tlaunch.com. Die cut metal signs. It's going to tell me that my maximum size is 36 inches. And let's say, what's the average front door width? Is 36 inches. All right, so this is probably somewhere around 36 inches. So I can use this as my gauge to determine how big this print is going to be. And I can adjust my shadow to be a lot less prominent. Change the intensity, the opacity. This sign is probably a lot closer to the wall, so I'm going to bring this shadow up a little bit. My 3D, that radius of 3D is going to be a lot smaller. little 3D effect. Okay, and my drop shadow is going to have a maybe a little less of a radius, and the offset can come in just a little bit. And there is the first mock-up. Easy breezy. All right, so the next time that I want to add something in here, I can simply go and copy over an image. All right, and then adjust the width to fit. Because we know that this is approximately 36 inches. Move it down. Then I'll go and click on that Dad's Pro Shop and do a copy. And then click on this grizzly's head and do it edit, paste effects. Then I'll go over to color and add noise to it to give it somewhat a realistic look. Then I'll just turn this one off. And I just created another mock-up. All right, so maybe that noise might be a little too predominant, so we'll bring it down to like 35. And there you have it. You know, I might do the same thing here, and I might find a way to cut out these flowers and put a layer of flowers on top of this image, similar to what I did with this, where I cut this person out and put a layer of him on top of the image. That way I could add the my mock-up behind him. And then as with this image as well, you know, I might find a way. I'll drag this up here. I have one here, again about 36 inches. So let's trim or adjust the width of this. And then, you know, one could be put here, and then one could be put here. All right, I don't know if they would do something like that, but as for it being a mock-up, this is how I would go about creating my mock-ups. All right, so, you know, before I continue, what I could do though is I could go in here and let's rename this object to mock-up placeholder, or just mock-up. And then in the symbols panel, if you go over to Windows symbols, you can dock your symbols panel over to the left. Let me give you a preview of what that looks like. All right, and then I can, while I have this selected, I'll hit create. Okay, and it just created a symbol for me. So now I'll go back and copy this over, adjust the width of it, move one here and here. Okay, copy it up to here, adjust the width about the width of the door, and hell, I don't know, I might throw it up here. And of course, you know, I'd go in here and I'd do a copy paste, and you know, I'll just go ahead and do it while we're live. I'll grab this image and copy paste. We're going to put it on in the front, and I'll go over to photo persona, and we're going to grab our background erase brush, and I'm going to see if it's going to be easy for me to Erase. Let's go and rasterize and trim. All right, it somewhat can erase. I don't like how those edges aren't as sharp. Let's see if we can adjust the tolerance a little bit. That's pretty fair. If I turn that other background off, you'll see exactly what we're doing using the background removal tool. All right, and then I will just go and use the trim tool to trim this in there, because all we're doing is grabbing this light fixture and basically placing it above our mock-up. Doesn't got to be perfect, just got to look good. And I think that that's going to look pretty good. Turn that background back on. And there you have it. I think I'm going to give it a little more of a shadow, or pop that shadow out a little more. All right, and then we're going to do the same thing here. Just copy it up, adjust the width to where it's something almost reasonable, about the size of the door. And we're going to throw that up there. Obviously, one of the other things that I would have done before creating this asset would be to place my holes in the design, which I didn't do yet. But I just want you to see what this process would look like, because it looks like it's much brighter out here and the sun is shining kind of in this direction, where the shadow of this door panel is kind of off to the left. I'll modify this one. Well, I don't know. Does that change all of them? Let me see what happens if I modify that. Whoops, wrong thing. Or is it just that one? It's just that one. That's good news. All right, awesome. And I can't tell if we're still editing the mock-up or if it has been detached. It's possible that our mock-up got detached, and that's why. So let me go back and just ensure. Yeah, these two are good. How we know whether it's detached or not is you'll see an orange line in the layers panel that shows you. Okay, and I think inside of that, okay, so what I'll do here is in the symbol, I'm going to actually delete the shadow, and that should affect all of them. And on top of the symbol, I can go ahead and add an outer shadow that is separate. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll hit Control C to copy. We'll just control and drag this up. and my symbol should stay intact. But now I can go and adjust the shadow. It's going to be a much smaller radius because it's so much closer to the metal. And we want it to look somewhat realistic. I guess the radius is a lot smaller, because if you go here and you look at this edge of the shadow, that's a pretty harsh radius and that's really dark. So I want something very similar here, even though it's not going to look exactly the same. And then maybe we can change that to, I don't know, darken, color burn, overlay. So maybe let's just keep it a bit normal. Overlay looks kind of nice, I think. Just need to bring that offset in. And then there you have it. Let's make sure that this is the same size, about the same size as the door. And I might adjust that just a little bit more, that offset. All right, so I'm not going to go through trying to create this mock-up. Oh, wait, they all changed? It looks like they all did. So let me go in here, copy this, group it, and then edit, paste effects inside of the group. I'm going to delete this effect off of this. And go here, group this, edit, paste effect. Copy, edit, paste effect. All right, then we got our effect back. This one, I can delete the effect off of this one, or just adjust that shadow again. All right, so yeah, that's something new. I guess I didn't really explain how these mock-ups, how these symbols work. All right, so I'm going to group my symbol and then add the effect to the group so that it doesn't change the symbol's effect. All right, and that's going to look much better. So this one, I group it. All right, and I add an effect to the group, which is going to be a drop shadow, outer shadow. Set it to overlay, black. Change the offset. Maybe this one could be normal. There we go. Because we want it to look just a little bit realistic. Because you got to look here. There's a little bit of a shadow under there. It's kind of strong. So turn that opacity back down. Give that radius a hard radius. Pull that offset in a little bit. And I think that looks good. All right. There you have it. Maybe on this one, we're going to just copy this down. Bring it up to the size of the door. And, you know, maybe instead of doing 36 inches, we could stick with 30. And give the option on here to say this one is a 30-inch cutout and the other one is a 36-inch cutout. This particular one, I don't want to change the color of it just yet. But now, I think what I should be able to do, if I've done everything correctly and I've converted this to a symbol, I should be able to go into this symbol. Let me copy this Bass Pro Shop icon. I'm going to go into the symbol and paste this Bass Pro Shop icon, and it should paste on all of them. And then I'm going to adjust the size of it to the width of my grizzly's head. And I'm going to turn my grizzly's head off. And I'm going to get rid of that outer shadow. Cool. All right, so that simple replacement allows me now to see what this logo looks like on each one of these mock-ups. Pretty cool. I will say I'll probably go ahead and remove the 3D effect for now, because it's probably gonna look a lot cleaner. So about as simple as that. Once I get finished with the design, let's grab our new Home Sweet Home design. Let's group that. Copy it. Go into here. Paste it. Center it. Color, give it some noise. All right, and I just want to make sure that they're all pretty much centered. So let's just grab all three, center them like so. And now I can turn off everything but the Tennessee sign. And this gives us somewhat an example. If I need to move it, I can just simply just drag it up and move it into place. But now if I look at all the other ones, boom, the mock-up is already there. And I can move it up, but it's the width of 36 inches, and it gives me a real example of what I can expect it to look like if someone were to hang this up somewhere. And all I have to do is go and save these mock-ups as images, and I have essentially, if I did the same thing on this side with the brick and the wood, I'd have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 mock-ups with the simple replacement of one image. And I've got 10 images I can use across Etsy, WordPress, Facebook, Instagram. And of course, Instagram only allows 10 images in the carousel when you go to post. So this could be our 10 images to showcase that one design. Now I'm done. The rest is really just all about creating multiple variations of products. And here's a quick example. You know, we're 2 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. Here's a quick example of how I can create multiple products all at once. So I'll grab these letters A, B, C. All on different artboards, centered. The text is centered in its text frame as well. And then I can go and easily, let's go down to character and convert all of this text to capital letters. I can very easily go and find some interesting letters to use so that I can create, you know, let's say, let me find something pretty, because no guy is ever going to buy this. No, and I don't mean to be rude when I say this, no straight male is going to look at some pretty letter and think, oh, I need to buy that with my name on it. So it's highly likely that the audience for such a product is going to be women. So I want to find something that's pretty, and I love that I can adjust all of these at once. I just have to highlight them all and then go through my different fonts to find something that I think is an attractive typeface for something that's supposed to be girly. So before I continue, I need to maybe find a good example of something I could create. And one of the things that I would probably do with this is, first, let's see if I can, let's center all of these on the artboard. And I think because I will be exporting these as SVGs or PNGs, I can maintain the integrity of the design without having to convert the design to a shape file, and I can still go and modify the text. You know, I probably just shot myself in the foot and created more work for myself here, but you know, let's go to like the letter M. I'll just go ahead and do this. This is what I would do anyways, and you know, I didn't have a plan for how I wanted this stream to go, but I'm centering everything vertically and horizontally for each one of the canvases. And let's say we go to the letter M. I'm going to convert this over to, man, that is a weird cut for these letters. That font file has some weird, like the designer of the font file didn't do a great job with the letters. I'm going to go to swatches and set this. I'm going to actually set this to erase. Maybe I will center it. And then I'll do a copy paste. The bottom one I'm going to set back to normal, and we're just going to extend it like so. And then I'll grab the same font file and copy paste, put it on top and adjust the size of it to fit right in the center. And let's say Madison. Adjust the tracking. Then all I have to do is grab these rectangles and pull them in a little bit. And I'll create some sort of unique design on top of this, but you know, I can go and I don't know yet exactly how I plan on modifying this, but you know, let's say we grab everything except for the letter and do a copy. And we'll go to each one of these and just do a paste. You know, honestly, I don't have to do this because I can showcase just one letter and have both the letter and the name be customizable. But this is one way to get a large number of custom products. And obviously, like, one of the things that might be differentiating is if I add some sort of design on top of this, then every letter might be just as important as the next. So because I can add the option to customize the individual letters, the design that's going to be based around each letter might actually be unique. So I think this is actually an important step to separate them all out and create something unique for each one. All right, so this is something I'm going to have to do anyways, so I might as well go ahead and get this out of the way. But what I can do is create one product and have that listing be a letter and a name combination, to where the user input for the product is the user's letter, or, you know, the customer's input is the customer's letter and the customer's name, right? So for the letter F, I might actually just, you know, I might do something like this, maybe. I don't know, it's super weird. Keeping it in the middle just might be better. All right, so, you know, Addison, that's a real name. Brittany, right? So I would go across and do this for each one. And if a letter is, if a person's name is super short, like Katie, Katie, let's see what that looks like. Then I would individually go and just modify maybe the width of my rectangles. right? But that could still mess up the integrity of whatever design. So let's say I go to Google and I don't even know what to call what I'm about to be looking for, but like ornaments, PNG, tools, ornaments. I guess that's the right word. Yeah, ornament. All right. So even though ornaments are like Christmas ornaments, these are also called ornaments. What I would do is I would use ornaments inside of the design, and I'd have one custom design for each letter. And it might sound and look really simple, but let's say I'll go ahead and take something like this one. I'm going to just do a copy image. And I like to use Adobe Fireworks for this because it's a lot easier for me to take images and create custom assets with it. Let's see. I like all of these. I think all of these are really unique. So individually, I'll just cut these out. X, deselect, paste. X, deselect, paste. X, deselect, paste. X, deselect, paste. Remember when I went to Google and I searched using the advanced search feature and I set it to 20 megapixels? This is also why this is important, because you want the images to be large enough to be able to manipulate. And this process might be just as easy, if not easier, to do in something like Photoshop if you're used to using Photoshop and understand what it is I'm about to do. So essentially, I'm going to go in here and cut out all of these ornaments. I'm glad I knew exactly what to search. Some of these I won't be able to use because they're not connected, like this. I might not be able to use unless it in some way touches an element of the text in the design. But I think all of these might be deemed useful at some point. All right, in the last set, all I'm doing is doing a mark selection, Control X to cut it out, Control D to deselect, Control V to paste that selection. And then I go and click on my primary image that I imported, X, deselect, paste, and I repeat the process. And this white background is going to help me be able to okay. Here's what I'll do. File, save as. My metal signs. We're going to do a new folder, ornaments. Save this as ornaments. Fireworks runs out of memory sometimes, so what I'll do is I'll close it, I'll open it back up so that I have a fresh slate. I really like these too. So I'm a member of FreePick, and you can go on to freepick.com and just download a bunch of ornaments. And that's probably going to be an easier way for you to accomplish what I'm doing. I don't really need to use all of these. So let's cut all of these on. Go to filters, adjust color, other, convert to alpha. And then individually, I'm going to flatten those images, those layers, with their alphas applied. And if you want me to, I can do a full tutorial on what I'm doing here. And I'll do a full video on this whole process, how it works. Grab everything. We're going to go to align, canvas, center vertically and horizontally, and then we're going to transform it all. And then turn everything off. Okay, so now I can just go in here, select this, go to modify, mark, convert to path. Modify, convert to path. Modify, convert to path. All right, so basically I'm creating some vector shapes. I don't want that one. I don't think I want this one. I'll go ahead and grab them just in case I can use them. Let's convert each individual section to a path though. So that they can already be separated when I use them. And yeah, this is basically the whole process. I'll go in here and just whoops, X paste, convert to path, convert to path, fun times right here. I'll go ahead and grab all of these, or X, deselect, paste, convert those to path, and convert these to path. So yeah, you're gonna watch me do this whole thing. And then essentially the stream will be done, because you'll get an idea for how I build out at least just one of these letters. And I don't know right now which of these elements I will be using, so I'm just getting all of them, or I'm at least converting all of them into the paths that I need. One might be a little too small to be used with metal, so we're gonna bypass that one. At this point, I'm just not hiding the new paths that I create for the sake of time. But the black that pops up is the bitmap that I extracted from that image with the solid white background. And I'm just converting these selections to paths. What I'll do here is I'll delete all the bitmap images and turn on all of these paths I've just created, and just do a Control-Shift-Save, and we're going to save this as ornaments Photoshop document PSD. So if I go back to Affinity, File, Open, and ornaments PSD, I can grab and copy this and close it. And go back to my document. And what I'll do is I will just copy over this title card thing that I made and delete everything out of it. And we'll just paste in here those ornaments. And I'll ungroup it. And I'll just manually, like, just hold shift and click and then move over, shift click, shift click. The shift click deselects an item. I can even go here and just uncheck a few things all at once where I know that there are some combined elements. Inside of my layers panel. And there we have it. I've got several ornaments that I can use to create something interesting. So I'll just, really quickly grab maybe this, and these two. And Control drag to copy them over, and then we'll just center them all and move them over to the letter M. gonna make these a little bit smaller. Okay, so I'm not totally sure what I want to accomplish with this. So I'm just gonna wing it, and I'm just gonna start placing things in different places to see what feels natural. And what could potentially go where. All right, so I do like this big one, but I feel like it's not going to fit in the design as well. So I'm going to use something like this. And of course, if it's black, you're not going to be able to see a large portion of the design, and it's just going to stick out of the M like that. Whoops. And I'm going to copy paste and mirror it. Grab both of them, group them, and then just make sure that they are centered. Whoops. On the canvas, and then ungroup it. And I'll do the same thing for some of these other pieces. It's very hard to determine how I want to use these. And this is all part of the process of figuring out exactly what you want to do with your designs. Once you've got something figured out for almost every design that you're using, for every letter, then the rest of it becomes very easy. Like once you've got it figured out, you don't have to touch the design anymore. All you have to do is change the person's name that you're using in the design. Make that black, and let's move it over just enough to where it's also touching both sides of the M. Let's do the same for this. I don't want any small holes, right? So finding a way to integrate all the elements of these little ornaments is going to be where most of the work is done. Doesn't have to be perfect, just needs to look good enough and look like something that someone would actually want to buy. It looks like kind of thoughtful, like you considered how you created the elements, and how not only how you created these elements, but how you arranged these elements. You were thoughtful enough to put some serious attention. Not a huge fan of that how these two connect. I think it could work. What I would do though is I would group it, copy it, turn this layer off, paste, ungroup, and Boolean add these together, then go and hit C on the keyboard and just round these edges out. Maybe I can hit A and actually get rid of those and then hit C and then round those all the way out like that. And then bake that appearance. And then let's see what that would look like if I brought it all the way down. What if I brought it down here? And what if I made it bigger? I don't know. I think that probably adds just a little bit too much to the design. So we're gonna turn that one off and hide it for now, and then see what other elements I can add in here that actually makes sense and that add to the design instead of kind of taken away from it. But I would say this is where things get a little interesting, because you're doing this for every single letter. And then for something like this, I might even split this into two pieces. Punch this one. Whoops. Actually, we'll do an intersection with this one, and then we'll do a punch with this one. Now I have another piece that I can just move. This I'll just turn black. I'm done with it, right? And maybe we'll put this one in here. I'll just delete these nodes, turn this one black. I might even go ahead and delete nodes from here up. And then I think that pretty much could cover it. I'm not a big fan of the outside of this, you know, so there might be something that I could do to adjust and be more satisfied with this design. I could easily go and let's see, let's copy paste and punch this, and this will give me minimize that text. Uh-oh, I think I messed something up. Oh, no, I didn't. Ah, okay. I see what I did. I accidentally copied, pasted, and punched the text. Let me turn that off. Let me copy and paste this transparent, this box that's set to erase, and then trim that out of these borders right here so that I can make an adjustment to this border and this border. And then I want to do the same for this top border. You know, that, or I can just keep it as it is, or stretch it out to here. All right, I think that looks pretty good for Madison, or whoever his name's going to start with an M. Though there is something that I would love to do with the bottom portion of, and as you can see, I didn't mirror this over to the other side, nor did I mirror this one over to the other side. And I might even actually cut this one off at these nodes. Like so. And then I'll go and grab just another ornament, something small and sweet, maybe 2 of them. You know, we'll grab some of these leaves, and let's see what we can do with these leaves. I like the ones that are closed a little better. Copy, or just control drag over. This one can be on this side. This one can be somewhere else. But hey, look, once it's done for good. Put it somewhere where I feel like I'm a bit satisfied with it. Turn it black so it blends in. And maybe consider hiding this one. Let's do a copy and mirror. And then let's delete some of these nodes out of one of these. And we'll just put the 2 together. Yeah, that's good. All right, and what's hidden inside of this black doesn't really matter. Right here, because I'm going to merge all of this anyways. And I think with this, let's make it black first to see kind of what it looks like. I'm going to copy paste it and shut one layer off and just delete some of these nodes so they can't be seen. Let's hide this for a second. I think that's kind of nice. It's possible that we can take this design that we have here, copy this over, mirror it, and make it smaller and bring it to the inside of this. Try to eliminate really tiny holes. If you can find those really tiny holes that are kind of there by accident, do your best to just get rid of those. And your production company, when you upload your designs, they should have the ability to tell you right away whether there's an issue with the design. And sometimes it's going to be something as little as a hole is too small, or some areas, some elements are too close together. It's possible that they can also go and resolve those issues as well on your behalf. So what I'll do with this is I don't know, I think I might want to turn the other one on, but move it over to this side. And do similarly to what I did to the other side, and just boom. Yeah, I think that looks interesting enough for us to roll with it. All right, and there you have it. There's one completed design, but it's probably going to be very easy for me to kind of duplicate this over. For example, I can take this, I can take these 4 elements here, and maybe even, let's say these, and I can move them over here. And then from here, it can be as simple as, you know, finding the appropriate way to connect all the pieces. Without it being too overwhelming a task. All right, so simple modifications. Grab this, rotate it a little bit. All right, pop it out some more. Make it a little bit more dynamic. You just want to adjust it to, you know, the fact that this is now the letter N and not the letter M. And see if you can just make some simple adjustments while keeping the same style. Because once you've got two letters designed, only 24 more to go. And this is exactly how I would build out multiple products in, let's just call it what it is, one sitting. I would love to hear your questions. I would love to for you to comment and give me your feedback. Obviously, this isn't your traditional live stream format that you're probably used to. I'm aware of that, and it might be a little more challenging to watch. But let me know if you enjoy this format and you think that this is going to be something useful for you going forward as either a designer or a business owner who is looking to make an additional income through Etsy or, let's say WordPress or whatever print on demand fulfillment store that you decide to set up. Hopefully this format as a 3-hour, 30-minute, now I'm 3 hours in, as a 3-hour live stream for you to actually sit across over my shoulder and see how I'm doing this stuff from scratch. Maybe this can actually help you day to day as you're following me, actually be able to go and design and not miss out on any aspect of what I'm doing, so that you can go and earn an extra $100, every 2 days, 3 days. If you can get enough products up, my goal with this, this is technically 26 products if I'm looking from A to Z. And I'm 3 hours in, and basically these two I've kind of created from scratch in the stream. I've created all of these through like some Google searches, and there are websites where you can download a lot of elements and you don't even have to create a lot of this stuff. But I like to create things from scratch because I know for a fact that I'll be the only one with these items in my print on demand store. So I won't have to worry about people copying exactly what I'm doing. All of these items, there might be variations of these that exist, but mine is very unique, and that's a unique selling proposition for when I set up my Etsy, WordPress, and whatever other stores I decide to create through Facebook and Instagram. These products won't exist anywhere, and my niche is big enough to know that I'm not limiting myself to specifically my city, Memphis. My niche is Tennessee, right? So if I'm doing Tennessee metals or some sort of Tennessee designs, but I've got some elements in here that are specific to Memphis or Nashville, Chattanooga, and I've got some elements in here that I can sell to all of Tennessee, to anywhere. You've got some people who are also going to find this website, and they will find products like this that aren't Tennessee specific, where I can run ads to target all of the United States. And on these websites, it might cost me $20, $16 to $30 at the most to produce this metal cutout. But on my website, I can sell these from anywhere from $68 all the way up to $130 because it's a big metal cutout. Again, this one is the 36-inch, which is about the size of an exterior door. All right, so this mock-up that I created, that's about the same width of this door. This mock-up, this is about the same width as one of these doors. So I use an exterior door as the gauge to how wide I want to create this mock-up. And that's a pretty big item. I think somebody would spend $100 to get one of these, but also to have one that's customized to say, you know, so-and-so's den or game room or man cave, right? So creating all of these different variations and then adding in there, you know, your door, your house number 520, or your zip code 38103, or you know, your name, the Owens family, right? What's the other one I just created? And the last one that I just created was, you know, the blank family. Let me go in here and turn these backgrounds off. You know, the blank family, welcome to our home. These give the user or the customer the feeling of having something unique, and obviously it's going to be unique to them. But I'm 100% certain that they will spend $120 because it's not the product they're paying for alone, it's the customization. All right. So being able to have that custom item, for example, I go in here, I hit the text button, and, you know, Smith custom, I don't know what the hell, you know, somebody would want to come in here and think up for Father's Day, or for their husband, something that they would want this text to say, to put in their shop. Right. So that is a product that I think someone would be more than willing to spend anywhere from $68 to $125 on. At $68, if it costs me $35 to produce this item via print-on-demand fulfillment, any Etsy order or order that's fulfilled through my website is going to be an immediate profit of $30. That's different from having a t-shirt, doing one-off and not being able to have the margins of 1,000 t-shirts in your hand, and then selling a t-shirt for $60, which every day I'm selling t-shirts for $60. Again, if I go to my website, which I'll do gladly, you know, and I'll even pull up my Printify dashboard. It's cost me to date $2,214.78, right? And I don't know if okay, so if you're doing print on demand and you've got some bestsellers in here, clearly some of these items are going to cost you about, from production price, $7.63, and then $3.99 for shipping. All right, so to roll that over into the overall cost of an item being $35, right? It's only costing you $11 to produce and ship this item. That's $20 profit, $25 profit, right? So if you've got good enough designs and they're high quality designs and they look good when they get printed, anybody would justify spending $35 on a product that's interesting enough. Now, if you go and create 100, 200, 300 products and you sell those products for about 16 to 20 or 19 to $25, you can justify selling a shirt for $25 and taking, that's $15 profit per shirt. Now, if you want to get more sales, make the shirts $16 and then you take $5 off of the top of that $11 production cost and shipping costs. Obviously that price is going to vary when you get into larger sizes. So someone who's wearing a double XL, that shirt production cost might cost $16. All right, so you might make a buck on that if you are carefully looking at your margins and you're putting your shirt on your website as $18.49 with free shipping. All right, if they order 2 or 3 shirts from the same provider, all right, then the shipping would kind of be rolled in and you'll get a higher margin. But when we're talking about doing t-shirts, you've got to have 300 items at launch. And all of this is print on demand. I did all of this in about 2 weeks. I designed every single item you'll find in the store. For example, if I go to shop, all categories, I'll just run through my shop and be transparent with whoever's watching so you can see what products I have. Nostalgia.supply/shop. But everything that I just created in the stream up to this 3 hour and 30-minute mark has been based on metal signs. And those metal signs, people are more likely to spend 70 to 120 bucks on. So the production cost of $30 or so, around that, they're not paying for the metal, they're paying for the customization, and they're paying for that custom design. So the profit for me is anywhere from $30 to even $100 almost per sign. Now, these items in my shop are all like parody, customized, like mugs, glasses, t-shirts, and it's localized to Memphis. Now, it's all a bunch of Memphis stuff, parody stuff, and of course some items in here that are custom designed by me that aren't parody and aren't local. It's much harder for you to start your own brand as it relates to fashion and t-shirts, and especially if you're not well known and you're looking at something that's like direct to garment, like prints. People aren't going to be as interested in supporting a brand to purchase those types of items, unless you are able to go and find celebrities, artists, local influencers, and you purchase your shirt through Printify for that $11 price point, and then you send that shirt out to influencers and you get some hype up about your brand, you might be able to start a legitimate brand. But as I'm dealing with parody items, if I go to nostalgia.supply, this isn't an Etsy shop. This is a WordPress self-hosted shop, and Etsy can't, these companies can't shut me down because it looks like I'm selling trademarked items. So if I go over to parody and mashup, I'll just show you what these items look like. So this is the, let me zoom in. This one's the 311 logo, but it says 901. I think I can do a quick view and pull up a larger image. Right, so 311 logo, but it says 901. It's a parody item. Barbie, but it says Memphis. Right, so Barbie's not going to come after me for that. If anybody, it would be Disney, but I don't put Disney in the name. I put Disney, right? K-N-E-E, right? To make it funny, make it a parody thing. So I'm not really saying this is a Disney item, but it's in the Disney format. I use Memphis as the skyline, or, as the, I think that's what it's called. And you see like the Memphis pyramid, some of the Memphis buildings. I put the flag on top. And this M would be the Disney arch, and then it's the Disney font, but it says Memphis, Tennessee, right? So I'm creating these parody items that people from Memphis would actually be interested in. Shout out Hawk to a Girl. I created some of her shit too. If she ain't trying to hawk to her, then I ain't trying to talk to her. There you go. Parody items. That's not a trademarked thing, right? So you go in here and you can, play off of those different brands. And one of the ones that went really big for me is Nuck If You Buck. Buc-ee's, but the Crime Mob song, Nuck If You Buck. And then it's got a Memphis Redbirds music note on the guy's hat. Buc-ee's doesn't do any online sales. They allow redistribution of their products so long as you aren't saying you are a Buc-ee's brand or Buc-ee's distributor. You can't even have Beaver like in your name when you're selling Buc-ee's related stuff. So I've been able to create my own little Buc-ee's variation, as people have done with, say go to Google and do the Buc-ee's. I took a massive shit in a Buc-ee's bathroom is another example of one that a lot of people have created, and Buc-ee's kind of has no issue with parody designs. Kentucky's, like, that's hilarious, right? Because it further promotes their brand. You can't do something like this with the That's great. You can't do something like this with Nike, Adidas, and use the Nike logo or the Adidas logo in a parody, because those things are actually trademarked, right? So look up trademarks, try to find something that's a little bit localized, and don't niche yourself down too small, to keep yourself from being able to have a wide enough audience to sell to. For me, I've niched to Memphis. We've got a Buc-ee's coming close to Memphis. This is Playboy kind of like design, right? So outside of having Memphis related products and doing all these different parody designs, I'm going to create a Tennessee store that's based on Tennessee metals. So inside of my my project, I've got a lot of Tennessee related things that I'm going to be creating. And tomorrow, my goal is to create 100 different variations of Tennessee state designs, right? These are just examples. This one's Tennessee, welcome to our home, home sweet home, with this little like field looking design. And I just designed this all on stream. The flag integrated in there. This one, maybe somebody likes the outdoors, love. And these are all metal signs, the American flag. And what I want to do on the front of my website when I create one is I want to have great mock-ups, but I also want to get one or more of these signs printed myself at the production cost and get some high quality pictures of them. But I'm going to design some that you can then, I'm going to design some with enough holes put in them, and I'm going to buy colorful string, and I'm going to do a photo shoot of like families painting these, right? Like people doing splatter paint on their Tennessee sign that they buy, like a Tennessee sign with a bunch of holes in it. And you and your family and kids, like I'll do a photo shoot of a family and kids stitching those holes with colorful yarn and customizing their signs so that my store can stand out from the rest. And then with that, I'll have a link to like a Amazon product of like a sewing kit or some sort of kit where they can purchase the sign and then go and purchase that kit, and then have a family project to where they customize their sign. That is going to maybe encourage them to say, oh my God, we need to buy one of these for the kitchen, for the front door or whatever. And every holiday we can customize our home sweet home sign, because I'll have like holes in here where they can, put string through. And then we'll do an Easter themed front door sign. Like I don't have to replace my front door sign. I can just get my family together and we can do Easter themed colors and Christmas themed colors, right? And this can turn into basically a replacement for the swag that you put on the front door. I think that's really what it's called. That round swag that you put on the front door. And it will create this versatile use for these print on demand products, to where people want to not only buy them to make the curb appeal look nice, but they are encouraged to also customize and then upload a picture of their customized sign as a review, like a 5-star review on my website. Oh, my family really enjoyed customizing this. Here's our version. Then people seeing those customizations are also going to want to buy one for themselves and find their own version that they and their family can go and customize. So, I've never seen anybody do that with print on demand products, to create that marketing approach. And I think that that's an interesting way to get people interested in actually purchasing the product, to customize it further. So I'm not actually selling products, I'm selling more of a service. We will create these customized products. You enter your text on my website for what you want the product to say, and here's another Maybe at some point I'll have yarn and these other things and paint that I can also sell or do an affiliate link to an Amazon listing to say, you and your family can buy this in white or black, preferably black, because I think the base color is black. And you can buy the spray paint that is for priming the sign, and then you can buy the different colors of spray paint or whatever types of paint and yarn, and then you customize it. And that encourages people more to say, this isn't just a pretty decoration thing, this is a family project. And every time we get to our house, or anyone comes to our house, we have a conversation starter and something that we can look at to say that we did this together. Where else on the internet are you finding people building print on demand stores with this in mind? All right. So I want you to take that. I want you to run with it, and you can go back and watch this stream. I'm pretty sure you can go ahead and like rewind it now that I'm live on YouTube, but go back and watch the stream if you want to see how I designed something like this. And none of it's cut. Like this is 3 hours and 30 minutes, so that you too can then go and use software like this to create your own designs. And over the coming days and weeks, I will continue to stream this whole process of me building, setting up the store. But the very first thing I like to do is I like to go and get a variation of products, create it. And I'm in the process of doing the whole alphabet in this font style. I'll probably do 2 or 3 more font styles, like a college font. For example, let me just go ahead and move this over and quickly just show you what I mean. All right, so I've got a letter M. I'll take, I guess I converted it to a curve by accident. I don't know. We've got a letter N. I'll go ahead and do a Hudson, New York slab. And you know, after I finish kind of showcasing this, I'll probably get ready to end the stream. But I want to create this so that you, starting your own print on demand business, are able to then come and watch this stream and get literally everything you need, or the series of streams to get everything you need to learn how to build your print on demand store and actually make hundreds of dollars every other day. So I noticed that with shirts and many products that are print on demand, college fonts really work wonders. So that's why I'm showing you this. I can go in here, copy paste, right click, convert to curves, and then do a what is this called? I can do a contour. Let's first make that like white, or erase. I can do a contour and basically turn it into a college font, right? So, you know, let's say I go and duplicate this A through Z, these artboards that I've created in this one project. Now I have a pretty letter, and then I have a college version of that. So the pretty letter is more likely to be the one that's more attractive to the people that are like farmhouse vibe, right? I'm going to put this in my home. I'm going to put this in my family's home. One like this might be more attractive to the person that has a dorm, right? To the teenager. I want this for my room because she's a college girl, right? Because she's still in and around college people. So I'm going to create 26 different letters and just have those templates set up. And then I'll create another 26 in college font, and then another 26 in some other font. I'll have 3 different versions of each letter. When someone goes to my website to order, they have to put their name inside of the text box when they place their order, so I can customize the text, right? So I'll go in here, and this is actually supposed to say Nadine. All right, I'll go and edit that, make it say Nadine. It's going to have the design style that she chose from my website. It's going to cost $120 with free shipping. and I modify it. I export it as a PNG or SVG if the website allows me to, and I upload that to her specific order before, and it's going to be set to manually be fulfilled. So when the orders come in, I have to go to the website and upload the updated file, unless it is something like this, to where there's no customization and the fulfillment happens automatically. All right, so when it happens manually, because there's some sort of a customization, I have to go export a Nadine file for Nadine, and I'll upload this into the back end, and then go ahead and process the order to get fulfilled with this new updated file. And now she has her custom text metal sign gets shipped to her, and she's most likely going to be satisfied, right? And then I will set it up to where some of these items are going to be customizable by the customer, right? So outside of having your name on it, you might just want the letter N, because your family's last name is Ness or something, right? So that's an automatic fulfillment item. And what I would do with something like that, let me just go and I'll keep this. Let me move this over because I like what that looks like. And let me delete this and this. I'm gonna copy the, I really think I flattened that M by accident. So I'll copy this L. I'll paste it here. Let me delete this M. Change this L to an M. And then copy that. Go to this artboard. Paste it. And we're going to put it on the back. And change that to an N. So now I just replaced that N. So I've got my template for the letter M, the letter N, and everything is easy to edit. All right, that's going to be what I use for my mock-up. All right, so let me copy this in again and just show you what I mean about having a non-customizable letter. All right, so I would obviously have to go and remodify these ornaments to make a, so it looks like I'll have like 6 different N's, because I'll have this version with the customizable name. I'll have this version without the customizable name. I have this version with and without, and then maybe another with and without. So with and without customizations, someone might want just a letter with no ornaments, and I'll have a version for that. Right, so that's, oh man, that's if I'm just looking at this college font and this font, that's 4 products per letter. Does that make sense? Right, you've got N with a Nadine, you've got an N without Nadine, so I'm just going to put this out here so you can see what I mean. How quickly I'm able to create 4 different products, right? And then you've got this college N with the customization. Nadine is just the first like letter N name that I could think of. And then you've got the college font without the customization. Okay, so you also have, and I don't know if people are going to be interested in the non-ornamental like this version without ornaments. It's possible because again, it's a big metal sign, right? So you've got customizable Nadine or N, non-customizable N with ornaments, and I'm going to fix that, make it look pretty. You've got the N that's just kind of by itself, right? So that's 3 variations of this font, as well as you'll have 3 variations of this font. So customizable, not customizable, non-ornamental. And then with something like this, let me go ahead and do a copy paste Boolean. I don't know if like y'all understand what these words are that I'm using. Okay, so there's that. There we go. All right, so essentially what I would do is I would, how would I go about this? I can make it really easy. I would grab this in, let's set that to normal, and no fill, we'll do the outline to green, do a large stroke, and actually I will adjust the contour to where it kind of sits in the center of this edge right here, right, of this text. In the center of this outline, that's better. All right, and then I'm going to see if I can adjust the edge of this line to be dots instead. Right, so we've got dash line style, make it all rounded. I don't know what the meter means. Let's just make that higher. I want this to be, let's see, rounded, start, end. I don't know what this one is all about. 110. So let's, well, y'all are learning this with me. I've never done this before in this program. So 1 0. Okay, so maybe this should be 2 or 3. Yeah, that's more like it. 0.5, 0.4. What if I did 0.1? 3, 0.5. I don't know. That looks pretty good to me. So assuming that this metal sign is big enough, right? Let's grab, whoops. Let's grab everything and make it a little bit bigger. Let's adjust this contour so that it sits right in the center. And let's make these just slightly bigger. I like that. This meter might need to be bigger or something. I don't know. 2. There we go. So we set the join, instead of it being the meter join, bevel join, we wanted to do a rounded join. And now this looks like a bunch of little holes, right? So what I can do with this is I can go to layer, expand stroke, and now this is a vector shape. Okay, I'll just copy and paste it just so that I can have like a backup of this, since this is a new idea that I'm just doing on the stream. And now I can just go in and do a Boolean subtract and check that out. Like, I think we have a little bit of an issue, so I'm going to undo that. And I'm going to delete this one and this one. I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to separate it. And just move this one over. And do the same with this. Let's just check everything else to make sure we're good. Do the same thing here. Okay. And the same thing here. So that we can make sure that all those little weird ones aren't super messed up or whatever. Or like get rid of all those little weird holes. So sometimes you gotta fix some items, and that's okay, because you would be spending I don't know, 100, 200, $300 to get these assets created. So learning how to do this is a game changer. And I'm just doing it really fast. Well, because I would do it really fast anyways, but because I want you to see that I'm not bullshitting and I'm not wasting your time as a watcher on my channel. I'm actually showing you exactly what the hell I would do if it were me trying to start a business from scratch. So I'm gonna select all of these, join them together, punch them out of the letter. We have our letter N. Okay, and this artboard is the full width of what T Launch. Here's the website, T Launch. What T Launch allows for you to upload for the 36-inch. All right, so if you can see, 36-inch. Okay, $35 for the first item, and the additional item is $17.50. So if somebody orders 2 signs at once, it's going to cost them about 30, 40, 50, about $60. We don't know what the shipping is, but I'm going to sell pretty much everything at 36 inches. I might consider going down to 24 and then maybe doing a 12-inch. I don't know, but all of our products we want to be fairly big, and I think the 24-inch item is going to allow for them to use to put the signs on a door, right? Because 36 inches is about the same size as a door, and that's gonna look like this if they wanted to hang it on the door or put it on the door. And I don't want it to look like that. So I want to give them an option that's a little smaller than a door. And this is going to keep my profit margins high because I'm only using those 2 sizes. So this canvas is 3600 by 3600, which is the 36-inch version of our metal signs. Now I have, and I will do the same thing with this letter N to put all those holes in it or something, and I will go and order one of the letters myself, and then, you know, do a family project, or get my son, like my son and daughter, together with a bunch of string, and I'll show them how to string the string through all these random holes, and we'll make our own custom letter N using this font and a bunch of string, different color strings. And in the end, when it's all, like, I'll take a picture of that. So now I've essentially created a item that doesn't have to be customized, but it's a big metal sign, $125. They buy this, they buy some string if they don't have some already. They paint this the color that they want it to be. They prime it, paint it, and then they get their kids and their friends or whoever. You can do a paint and sip, a string and sip. Right, to say, hey, come over, get some wine. We're going to order 3 of these with our last name. We're going to drink, and then we're going to customize these letters, and then we're going to take them home. And that's what I'll do. Like, I'll create an event. Everybody that attends the event will have to pay $120. They get wine with the event. They get the letter of their choice. And Every individual person pays 125 bucks. It's going to cost me 30 plus however much the wine is, right? So let's say everybody that pays 125 bucks gets a bottle of wine and a letter of their choice. And we're going to buy some paint and some string. It's not going to be very expensive, but the ticket for the individual person is going to be enough to cover the cost of the letter at $35, the bottle of wine, the string, the paint, and then maybe, the venue will hook us up with a discount, or we do something at our own place, right? So that's an immediate profit of nearly $60-$70 per person. And we call it a paint and sip. They buy the letter of their choice with the holes already drilled in, and they have to sign up for the event a month in advance. And let's say we get 10 people. Cool. I'm not, that's I don't know, $700 profit, right? Because if each individual person is $70 profit, we get 10 people to sign up, that's $700. And it might cost you $100 something to like host the event for the night, right? They get to choose the version of letter that they want, either the college font or the pretty font, and maybe they can customize it. Once I get all those orders in, I'm going to personally go into my store and order these at cost to host the event. They all, get expedited shipping or something, but I'll get them all shipped. And once they're all in, say your ticket has to be purchased before this date. I will hire a photographer, videographer at $50, maybe two, so I can have a photographer and videographer there. We'll film the event and use the footage and the photos to create assets for the website to promote, then further selling these products. Then I'll use profit from the event to run Facebook and YouTube ads or Instagram ads. And those photos from the event of us doing a paint and sip will be used to promote these products. It's genius. And what is it costing me on the front end? My time. Right? So now I have, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 variations of a product that I create for the letter N. All right, so 6 variations times 26 different letters. That's 156 products in the store alone. If I can do this in a matter of a week, it's 156 products that are not trademark infringing anybody, and creating these products and then making that event happen. If I can sell 2 products a day, if I can sell 2 signs a day, and it's costing me, let's say, $40 to produce and ship the item. Let's say 120 minus 40 times 2. That's $160 a day times 7. That's $1,120 a week. Times 4. That's $4,480 a month. Times 12. That's an extra $53,760 a year. Right? So if I do all of this, get the website set up, get 130 products in the form of different variations of letters, and then another 200-300 products in the form of, these custom signs and whatnot, and I put together an event, I'm making almost $200 a day a few months from now. If the event goes well, the pictures look great, the videos look great, and I'm paying somebody to do TikTok videos and TikTok ads and Instagram ads and Facebook ads, you can pretty much get away with anything once you've got, all you need is 2 products a day being sold. 2 products a day at that margin is going to be an extra $50,000 a year. And if you're running ads and you can get 10 products a day sold, let's multiply this by 5. That's $268,800 a year. right? So imagine you go through and you have 1,000 products in a matter of 6 months on your website, and you're running just a few ads, and one sale pays for all of your ads per, let's say week. One sale per week pays for all of your ads for 1,000 products across all of Tennessee. And these can be marketed across the entire world, right? To say, hey, you're the next best thing in like paint and I don't know, like the next best social party is a paint and sip with your own custom decorative things that you're going to put in your house anyways. So don't just buy a custom product, create a family event out of it. Maybe it's not a paint and sip in terms of like drinking wine, but paint and something. We'll find a creative name, and the website will just be based around customizing these things for fun, right? And we'll send a few of them to some people who like to do creative things, have somebody do a custom paint job on one of them. I don't know. But that's kind of the perspective of being able to create this business from scratch, is thinking ahead to say, okay, I've got 26 letters. I'm going to create all these different variations of these letters, and then I will create some memorable way to purchase and use it. And then I'll create all these as well and do the same, right? Once people's reviews start coming in, if I pull my website back up, there's one product on my website out of 300 that gets purchased more than anything else. And I've still got to add one more picture to this. I did add it already. No, I still have one or two more to add, actually. 3. Yeah, I have 3 more to add right here. All right, so the product that gets purchased the most is print on demand with t-shirts is the Nuck If You Book shirt. It just went crazy. I saw something on Facebook. That night, I decided not to go to sleep. I made the shirt. I redesigned the Buc-ee's logo, turned it into what it is here. And I made the shirt. I just found the Buc-ee's text or something close enough to it and put Nuck If You Buck. And I built the website same night. I didn't go to sleep. The next morning, I had a website up. I had Stripe set up. I had payments processing on my website. I had all that. I posted a Facebook picture on Instagram and Facebook. Instagram. And right now, it's actually like I'm running an ad to the post. Here's the other one that has to get posted. So people keep sending me pictures and texting me saying, hey, I'm at Buc-ee's. Like, I'm the Buc-ee's guy now. Right. And it's so cool to see my shirt, like, actually at a Buc-ee's. But this post that I made, the night that I made this, I just posted a picture of it on Instagram. And oh my God, it went crazy, stupid. So I just designed, like, learned Vector forever ago, designed this, created a print on demand store with Printify. Have never used Printify before. I've done print on demand before with Printful, and $1,500 in the matter of 24 hours. Now I have 300 different products in my site, but this one is the one that people keep buying. So here are variations, right? You can make a product one time and make multiple variations of that product. And, people are interested. You don't have to have a model. You can go to placeit.com and get videos like this of people wearing. This is a mock-up of a shirt that she's not wearing that shirt for real, right? You can get those videos and pictures, and when people see it and it looks real, they want to buy it. The only thing I'm missing out on now is I don't have 1,000 shirts printed that I can take to festivals and get a tent to actually sell these shirts. So to help me increase my profit margins, doing metal signs. And I think, my niche is big enough to where I can have people all over the city, all over the state, and all over the United States wanting to buy these products because they aren't exclusive to Memphis. They aren't exclusive to co-parenting. They aren't exclusive to, something so niched down as like old places in Memphis, or my own brand like Pothole Crew, right? Memphis, Tennessee. So these are all print on demand products. That's 311. This one is Led Zeppelin, 311, 311, Monkeys. I don't know why I can't think. Pink Floyd, right? And that's the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid in Memphis. Pink Floyd. So these are all print on demand products, and I'm just being very creative with, South Main Street instead of the North Face. It's the South Main. This one, Led Zeppelin. He's holding up a pig, right? And it says United States of Barbecue, the pig, because Memphis is known for its barbecue. This one's a custom shirt for a local business. So all print on demand stuff. I don't have to spend any money. I just have to spend time making these things, right? But t-shirts it's really hard to get high profit margins consistently and get a lot of consistent t-shirt sales. This one's the Masters, right? So I create all these products and Thrasher. All right. So maybe I can turn some of these into metal signs, and people are more likely to buy those decorative items than they are to want to go spend money on t-shirts. But regardless of how the economy is, people are buying apparel. It doesn't matter how terrible the economy is, how broke people are, they're buying a t-shirt. It's okay not to drink in the Barbie font. This one's Hulk Hogan's. It's okay not to drink. It's upside down in the back, so you can show how not drunk you are by doing a handstand at the bar. And the text will show up upright when you do the handstand. So like creative stuff. Hawk to a Girl went viral and capitalized on that. Made my own shirts. That's cool, but people are, that's probably going to die down. This thing, Buc-ee's, is so big that people are just going crazy for the Buc-ee's tee. And, I hope that that's enough information in this stream to get you excited, to get you started, and, to get you motivated. If, though, you have an issue with some method to the madness, for example, you've never designed a thing in your life and you want to learn how to design something, I need you to comment on the video specifically what it is you're going to need help with, so that I can be inspired in the right direction to create videos that are useful specifically to you. Okay, I need you to think. Don't be embarrassed. It doesn't matter where you are in your journey. I'm willing to create whatever videos I need to create. You can be very specific. I need to know how to manipulate text. I need to know how to edit vectors. I need to know how to use Affinity Designer. I need to know how to stretch my design or whatever. If you don't know how to do something and you want to learn, I need to know what videos I need to create and how to create those videos that aren't 3 hours long or 4 hours long, so that I can do a little quick 10-minute thing to address your learning curve of like, I'm new to this. I want to make a t-shirt. Here's the idea I have. Where do I start? I'll do my best to help you out individually, but you have to comment and tell me where you are in your journey and what it is that's preventing you, what you feel is preventing you from moving forward. How do I set up Shopify? I don't use Shopify. I use WordPress. But, how do I set up Shopify? How do I set up Etsy? How do I get my first order sold? I'll answer that. Tell your mom to order a shirt. How do I make my first product? What do I make? Post a post on Facebook asking people, if you could buy any shirt today relative to our city, what kind of shirt would you want to see? Right? If there was a parody shirt that said, I don't know, insert city or state that you're from, what kind of parody shirt would you want to see? And they might say, like, I want to do a Bud Light shirt that says, I don't know, Black Light. I want to do this brand type of shirt. Obviously, you can't do Nike, Adidas, any type of big brand. But I mean, in terms of cool parody stuff, like this is Thrasher. I'll open one project before I end the stream so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. And I have a ton of projects, but here we go. I'm a big music head. I love skateboarding. I love Memphis. So my initial print-on-demand store was Memphis-centric. All right, so if you aren't familiar, I do a Google search for images, Thrasher t-shirts. All right. You got the Flaming Thrasher magazine shirt. You've got regular Thrasher text with no flames on, a different color shirts. You got this really crazy Flaming Thrasher shirt. You've got this Outline Thrasher shirt. Basically, I'm not going to do anything like this, but Thrasher is a very well-known brand. Okay, let's show you Led Zeppelin shirt. All right, so you got this Led Zeppelin shirt. You've got, let's see if I can find the one that I recreated. Actually, I just recreated this for my son. My son's name is Zeppelin. And Celebration Day, this is a great example too, I think. So let me do a side-by-side. All right, so Thrasher, as I just showed you, flaming text, instead of it saying Thrasher magazine, it says Thrasher, or it says Memphis, Tennessee, in these various font colors. So those are all different shirts, right? That's, 1, 2, 3 different products, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and then you have short and long sleeve. So, and then you have sweatshirts and hoodies. So 20 times shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, short sleeves, and then some other product. That's 100 different items that you can put in your store if you design 20 variations of one design. All right, so this Led Zeppelin design right here, file, open, and I think I put this in Zeppelin's folder, shirts, or no, it's in Corey Owens, Zoo Story, shirts, and let's make that a little bigger. This might take a second to open, but I just want you to see what's possible. Most of this is just parody stuff. So with this being a little side by side, this is what I designed for Zeppelin. His birthday is today. It says Zeppelin Owens instead of Led Zeppelin at the top, using the Led Zeppelin font. Instead of having a blimp, the Zeppelin blimp, he has hot air balloons. And then I think this is London in the text. Let me open this image in a new window, so it's bigger on your screen. All right, it's got Celebration Day. It's got this cool watery design, and London, right? for me, I use Memphis skyline. All right. And this is more from like the album artwork. You know, I could probably go in here and remove the border and create a t-shirt, but this is only for my son, right? This isn't a t-shirt I'm creating. But to show you that all of this is like vector, I went in here and recreated all of this. You know, there's variations of things that you can do if you have an idea. Toy Story, like these are all vector assets, right? That I can manipulate. I can go and just move all this stuff around, right? Okay, but there's that. I'm not gonna save that. Let's go back to this t-shirt design right here. Open a new tab. All right, let's see if I can. That's really the biggest image that I can find. Search for Google. Search for image with Google. Find a bigger version of that if I can. Maybe not. Okay, but I found this design and I thought it was awesome. It's Led Zeppelin. If I go back to this, I made the same thing, but everything is Memphis centric. So it says Memphis, Tennessee, established 1819. Instead of a blimp, it has a bridge with the same kind of sun. I wouldn't call that necessarily a sunburst, but like that sun rays effect in the background. And then it has these fading logos up here. So this one's Bill Street and it fades to black. Edge District fades to black. All Memphis. Overton fades to black. South Main fades to black. And then it's got the Led Zeppelin angel. He's holding a pig. And it says United States of Barbecue. All right, so that in itself is its own shirt. Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin. Here's what they look like on shirts. All right, with some of these I have to throw a wear, like a grungy texture over it to give it a grunge effect. Get some good pictures and boom, you're in business. Now, if somebody saw this in person and was like, I love Memphis and I love Led Zeppelin. Hell yeah, I gotta have that. I love, you know, Pink Floyd. Oh, and the Bass Pro Shop pyramid. What a unique design. I just had the idea one day and I just went and did it. Let's see what else there is. This Waffle Mania is actually Hulkamania. So Hulkamania, H-U-O-K-A-N-A, Hulkamania. Images. Hulkamania. All right, so Waffle Mania. Nostalgia Supply. Monkeys. But it says 901 Memphis, Tennessee instead of Monkeys. I'm sure I have a picture, a reference picture in here. I think, unless I got rid of it. Probably got rid of it. Yeah, there's 311. 311 as well. This one says 901 day. Right, so any 311 fan would see this and be like, who was also a fan of Memphis, be like, I gotta have it. I love 311. Right, what a flex. In this one, I've got the Memphis Grizzlies claw crew ball, the South Main Street trolley, the Taking Care of Business Elvis Presley lightning bolt, Redbirds. This is just a pig with a lightning bolt, so it's a play off of the pork and barbecue. The 901 FC Football Club soccer crown, a pyramid, a ferry, since we, you know, Riverside Drive, Memphis Tigers, cotton, because there used to be a big cotton thing, that cotton event that would happen in the city. The Peabody Ducks, backflip, Bill Street Flippers, so guy doing a backflip, and a guitar head, neck and head. right? 901, established 1819, 205 years, right? So this design basically was, let me see if I can put this on the top, designed after this. 311, 30 years, and all these random icons. Of course, I had to do like a pyramid. So I don't know what all those icons are. I don't really listen to 311 like that. But I knew that I had to create my own variation of that design. So what I want you to do is go and make a folder, not on your desktop, find a folder in your like documents or your drive somewhere, and call it print on demand businesses. In that folder, make a new folder for the business that you think you want to start. Make it the niche interesting, but also broad enough for people around the world to be interested in. My niche was nostalgia, so nostalgia supply. I look for a lot of old designs that people really can't find anymore as it relates to like t-shirts and brands and logos, and I try to create variations and parodies of those, so that I can reach that audience of people. Like, and band logos is one. So, you know, the original 311, these bands are really old. These guys are getting old. Led Zeppelin is old, right? So the nostalgia play of it is what allows me to niche specifically into nostalgia, but it not be specific to bands. I don't want to pigeonhole myself to only being able to do band stuff. Okay. 311. These are the Masters, right? So Masters tournament has a United States with the flag coming out of it and a golf, you know, just a putting hole. All right. So I turned that from Masters tournament into Memphis and Memphis, Tennessee. Right. Like kind of genius, I think. And that's what that looks like. And on the back, it shows these different neighborhoods: downtown, midtown, North Memphis, University District, East Memphis, Southeast, East Parkway, Northeast, and then all the different like Bartlett, Edge District, Harbortown, Medical District, Pinch District for downtown, right? So something cool that I think downtowners would be like, oh shit, I love golfing and I love Memphis. This is the perfect shirt for me. I think that's really all I want to show you in here, and I can close that and shut it off. But there you have it. This is the metal sign of the Thrasher text in Memphis as Memphis. All right, I created another metal sign here. Everything that's white, I'll actually make that black and set the background to transparent. All right, so everything that's black is what's going to be metal, and it's all connected. And this Memphis, Tennessee text has these supports added, right? All I have to do is put some holes somewhere. I need to put 2 holes somewhere so they can hang this thing up. Do the same thing with this, make it black, and make that transparent. All right, that's more accurate. So now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28. I have 28, 29 custom designs. And then once I add in this, what is this, 26 times 4? So 104 letters plus 29. That would be 133 items to launch the store with. I think all you need is 100, and only one of those items is probably going to go selling like crazy out of the 100. But if you don't do the 100, it's going to be hard to get one to hit, right? So I did 300 on my first print on demand store. The very first item I created was the one that I created the store for, and that one has done numbers. Nothing else has really sold yet because I haven't run ads and reached the right target. Actually, a couple things have sold. organically through my audience on Facebook and Instagram and some of the ads I have run. I've paid somebody $100 to do a cross post with me on Instagram to where I tagged him as a collaborator and he accepted the collaboration. So it showed both of our names at the top. And that post went really crazy. But this is 133 items, and every one of them, if I get one sale every day, that's $60 a day. If I get 2 sales a day, that's potentially $120 a day, right? So 840 a week, 3360 a month, 4320 a year. That's pretty good. Let me make sure that math is right though. So 60 times 2, $120 profit per day, times 7 days, times 4 weeks, right? Times 12 months. All right, that's $40,320 a year if I can get 2 sales a day. Right, so the goal is to create 100 products in, I don't know, let's say 10 days. So 10 products a day. It could be 20 products a day. If I can get myself to do 20 products a day, that's 140 products a week, right? 560 products a month. So really, I just need to spend 2 to 3 months creating products. 1,600 products in 3 months, and then some ads should get me 2 sales a day. One or two of those products starts hitting, then my ads are going to be targeted towards those 2 products alone and not to the site. But the goal is to take the best looking products or the customizable products, buy those products, do a photo shoot, run ads to the whole store to say, these are the types of products we have, custom signs for the lovers of Tennessee and for people who want to do decorations in their house or on their front porch, and turn it into a paint and sip or a family project to customize these signs. Once that's up and running, someone's going to say, oh yeah, that's a great idea. I want to buy the letter O for the name Owens. And me and my family are going to customize this. And to get 2 sales like that per day from the United States. I'm not limited to Tennessee. I'm not limited to Memphis. These letters can be sold anywhere to any, purchased by anybody. So that's realistic. That's super realistic. All right. And ultimately what I would like to do is have 10 sales a day at $60 profit in 6 months to a year. 10, that's just being modest. I think we can get all the way up to 20 to 100. But again, some of those customizable products with a name on it has to be manually adjusted by somebody, which I can pay. But let's assume on the mid end, let's say it's not 20. Let's say it's not 100 products a day. Let's say it's 15 products a day being sold at this profit margin. 16. So 16, that's $960 a day profit if I can get my ads running right. All right, again, times 7, that's $6,720 a week, times 4, $26,880 a month, times 12, $322,560 a year. 16 products a day. Double that to 30. $645,000 a year. All right. So the goal is to spend the next 6 months creating 1,500 or more products, launch an entire website, run a couple ads, figure out which products get sold, add a couple ads to the ads I'm already running to the whole store to specifically target those products with some awesome videos of somebody receiving the products, and then use those reviews posted on the site as maybe another product. Not a product, maybe as another ad, forgive me. All right, so boom, boom. Happy people, smiling people. Man, just these people are ecstatic about these things, right? So I'm just going to continue on that path, and this time next year, we should be hitting $600,000 a year. So follow me on this journey, subscribe, follow me on Instagram, comment what it is you need to see, and I will continue making these videos so that we can make something happen together with print-on-demand fulfillment. Thank you for watching this 4 hours and 30 minutes long stream. The future streams that I do, like as I move forward, are probably going to be just as long because I'll be streaming myself setting up the websites and everything too. But the next time I do a stream, you might either see me designing a lot of these products, because that's how I hold myself accountable to doing the work, and I won't be talking. I'll just have music playing in the background. And when you see me doing more streams related to this, there are probably going to be a lot more designs that I didn't do on the stream that I did overnight. So tune back in, and I hope that you can also build your own print-on-demand business and find some success. Now I'm going to run a Entrepreneur Club video, and then we'll end this stream on a high note.